Good morning, bon dia, everybody. How's everybody feeling? How is everybody? I'm sure they have strong coffee outside. How is everybody feeling? Yes, we've made it to our final day of DCCA's A Flight to the Future conference. I'd like to welcome all of you to all of our CEOs of the Dutch Caribbean Corporation of Airports, all of our industry partners, our speakers, our panelists, our moderators, all of our guests, of course, once more our audience who has been joining us for this conference virtually. Welcome everybody once more. Happy to see you all this morning. Our topic for today is reality check. And our program will focus today on different types of research that have been done up until now. And we will also discuss investments within the aviation industry. Not only those that have already been made, but those who are also required moving towards a more sustainable direction within this industry. Remember once more, it's important for all of you to participate and engage with us throughout this program today. You have your QR code on the note on your table, and our virtual audience has that link, so you can participate with your questions throughout the morning and the afternoon. All right, so last Sunday, the Pipistrel Willys Electro made its debut flying in the Caribbean region for the first time. And so one of the next questions that also come to mind after such an historic event is, what about electric aircraft certification? And so our first speaker will address the topic of challenges for certifying electric aircraft. Jairo Jansen is an aviation safety inspector at the Department of Civil Aviation, Aruba, and his duties vary from inspection and certification of general aviation, corporate jets, commercial aircraft operators, maintenance repair organizations, issuance of aircraft operational certificates, including special flight permits, just to name a few. Let's welcome Mr. Jairo Jansen. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here today. My name is Jairo Jansen, and I'm from the Department of Civil Aviation of Aruba. My topic today will be sustainability as an emerging issue, and I apologize for the just mentioned topic. Okay, so I will start with the topics that will be covered, okay? So first, I'm going to talk about ICAO's long-term aspiration goals. And that's items 1 till 7, as you can see on the screen. Then I will talk about key challenges for the aviation sector. And third, how can a CA facilitate the green transition of the national aviation sector. So I will have divided the topics because each topic is of importance related to the main topic, which is sustainability, right? So how did ICAO, as an international body of the United Nations, regulating international civil aviation, start with the long-term aspiration goal? As you know, ICAO stands for International Civil Aviation Organization. It all started when in 2015, where the United Nations committed themselves to 17 life-changing goals, also called Sustainable Development Goals. And one of these Sustainable Development Goals called for climate action. Well, climate action is the part where ICAO targets a net zero emission by 2050. Net zero carbon emission. First, let me move on to the first topic, which is aviation sector emissions. Distinction is made between international and domestic emissions. Well, international emissions are all international flights from gate to gate and are addressed directly by ICAO, while domestic emissions, especially for larger countries like United States, Europe, or other large country, the domestic flights and the airport operations emission are addressed by their state national carbon inventory. And it's the UNFCCC, which stands for United Nations Framework Convention on Climate, who is responsible for that one. Let me now move on to the stakeholder. It is not surprise that ICAO is the first key aviation stakeholder, because ICAO formulates policies. ICAO develops and updates standards and recommended practices on aviation emission. And together with the carbon neutral growth from 2020 onwards till 2050, ICAO introduced a basket of measures, which I will explain later on in more detail. Let's move on to the next stakeholder. On this graph, you can see the elements which are of importance for ICAO. First, the element operations, which it's relevant technology component. Second, technology. Third, fuel. And as last, the CORSIA, which is the global market-based measure scheme, which goes together with fuel. As you can see as well on this graph, it's an observation for the fuel element. It may become a logistic issue, a complex issue, especially if, for instance, the elements that need to support the production, if it's not on the right place at the right time, you will have a big problem in your supply and demand balance. So continuing on the next stakeholder, you have the industry. The industry is represented by the Air Transport Action Group, the International Air Transport Association, and the Airport Council International. So you may ask yourself, how does the industry hope to achieve a net zero carbon emission by 2050? Well, it depends on the forecasted scenarios. First, what we can see here, by increasing the sustainable aviation fuel, which would account for 53% of the emission reduction by 2050. That's the largest contribution among all the four. Second, development of aircraft technologies, new aircraft technologies, which would account for 34% in emission abatement. And third, we have operations, improvement in aircraft operations. We have operations efficiencies in air traffic management and infrastructure, of course. Airports is a nice example of that. And finally, the introduction of the global-based markets measure system, which is also known as CORSIA. So let me move on to the next key holder, the global coalition. As you can see here, ICAO is in the middle, along with its partners like components manufacturer, avionics manufacturer, engine manufacturers, aircraft manufacturers. You have technical universities, renewable energy companies, fuel companies, and so the whole setting is sharing the same vision towards a net zero emission, net zero carbon emission for 2050. So let's start with the first element, which is such important for the target, which is technologies. As you all know, manufacturers nowadays are bringing innovation in aircraft designs. For instance, local geometry improvements are brought in fuselage, in stabilizers, in wings, and all this development is expected in the next 15 years. Aircraft are more aerodynamically designed. Aircraft systems are expected to be more electric, more efficient. So, for instance, system opportunities like low power anti-ice wing is one example. Single pilot operations, advanced fly-by-wire system, just to mention a few. Enhanced aircraft structures. They are capable of withstanding extreme loads while reducing the overall airframe weight. And that's a gain because by lowering the weight of the aircraft, you will need lower power in thrust, which means lower fuel consumption, which translates back to lower CO2 emissions. Lightweight materials and alloys. They are very common, popular nowadays in an aircraft like the 787, the Dreamliner. These aircraft are built with sophisticated design methods where a gain in weight has been established for a much more efficient aircraft. And while competitors like Airbus develop the same thing for the Airbus family aircraft, for instance, Airbus 320. And it's all known as designed composite material. And finally, we have engines. Gas turbine engines are expected to be more efficient in fuel consumption, but also on gas emissions, while ensuring that the aircraft fuel system and the engines continue to work safely. So those engines are capable of using a standard fuel, which is the sustainable aviation fuel, which I will come back later on, without jeopardizing the operation of the engine, because that's what you don't need, an engine flame out during operation of the engine. So I hope now that you got a good understanding of technology, right? So this is a nice example of the Pipistrel aircraft we have right now on the island. It's the first electric certified aircraft. And this is just the beginning for the electric aircraft generation to come for the future. Next, you can see a potential business aircraft model designed by Bombardier, where I just mentioned all the technology improvements in my previous slides, is incorporated in this fabulous, nice aircraft. And what about Airbus? They will come with a fully hydrogen-powered aircraft, which will make a revolution into the commercial jet era. If we compare this back to 20 years, this is just only a dream. It was only a dream 20, 30 years ago. So let me continue on the next element. So we covered technology. Now I will discuss operations. Operations and infrastructure. Well, the objective of ICAO's Committee on Aviation Environmental Protection, which is one of the working groups, the objective is to provide guidance material to states, aviation authorities, planners, on aviation, on emission-related issues, like for airports expansion, airport construction, airport operations. All those materials are to be used as a guidance material in order to the infrastructure and operations goes smooth and efficient. But also, this material provides procedure on operation, strategies, opportunities. Why? Because, as you know, understand, airports are highly energy intensive due to their extensive infrastructure and operations. The consumption of energy is very big. Airlines' emissions are driven by fuel consumption and by aircraft technology. Why? Because airlines can opt to use old or classic or old generation aircraft that uses a lot of fuel, high fuel consumption. Then you have two big problems. You have emission problems and you have a noise problem. So airlines is a very important service provider which can decide on how the CO2 emissions or the greenhouse gases will be emitted. And last, air traffic management. Air traffic management is operations and process heavy. The third element I'm going to talk about is sustainable aviation fuel. What is sustainable aviation fuel? Sustainable aviation fuel is renewable or waste-derived fuel which meets sustainability criteria in accordance with Annex 16, Volume 4, recommended practices, and it is used as a drop-in fuel and blended with jet fuel with a maximum of 50%. There are 4 major pathways for the production of sustainable aviation fuel. The first 3 are classified as biofuels. The technology is also known as BTL, which is biomass to liquid. And for instance, the first one, the GFT, uses feedstock as corn or sugar grains for feedstock, but as well agriculture or forestry residue. The second pathway is HEFA, which is hydroprocessed esters and fatty acids. While in here, the feedstock here is oil. You can think of vegetable oil, used cooking oil, or even waste fats. And the third one for the biofuel is alcohol to jet. So alcohol to jet uses municipal solid waste. And these 3, in combination with chemical processes, produce liquid hydrocarbons, which is to be used with kerosene or the Jet A1 in order to have a standard Jet A fuel, Jet A or Jet A1 fuel. The second category is the synthetic fuel. This technology is called power to liquids, which is currently in development because it has to obtain the ASTM approval. What is the feedstock? As you can see, captured CO2 from industrial gases or directly from the air, renewable electricity, and water. So in here, water will be electrolyzed, where you can get green hydrogen. And then for the CO2, you will get CO, and then with the chemical process through the FT, which is previously the GFT technology, you can get the liquid hydrocarbon. And that is to be mixed with the Jet A fuel, which you get the sustainable fuel. This is a nice example of the Monte Alegre project, how the processes are illustrated here. And it speaks for itself. Interesting to see is that you may notice the annual hydrogen output, 8,210 tons. So what about this project for this region? Opportunity. And this is a courtesy of the Zurich Airport, which nowadays you have only fossil fuel available. But what about future? You can see biomass to liquids, power to liquids will produce the same Jet A1 fuel and fully certified for the transport of aircraft and safe. And for the future, hydrogen as well as electricity. So this is a nice example of the future for airports' available fuels. And last element which I want to discuss is the Global Market-Based Measure Scheme for International Aviation. This is also known as CORSIA. Well, what is CORSIA? CORSIA aims to stabilize international civil aviation carbon net emissions at 2020 levels and onwards. How? By using offsetting programs. What is offset? Offsetting is an action by a company or an individual that compensate for their emission and financing emission reduction elsewhere. Okay? So we have this CORSIA. It must be stated that it is not an alternative to a new aircraft technology. It is only a measure in order to stabilize or reduce CO2 emissions. So whenever you have a wider availability of sustainable aviation fuel, then the need for offsets will diminish. So you see now how it goes. The one goes up, the other goes down. So that's why ICAO has decided to focus on those 4 elements. My second part of the presentation is on key challenges for the aviation sector. Well, aviation, unfortunately, nowadays is a hard-to-abate sector. Why? Because it is fully dependent on fossil fuel jet with limited alternatives. There is no much room as of today. Second, limited room for further technological and operational improvements. Why? Because advanced or revolutionary aircraft concepts will take years to be certified. Before getting a type certificate, it will take a long time. So we can't expect this to happen by tomorrow. Third, the building of sustainable aviation fuel facilities is a very slow process, and it is a very expensive project. So the price of the sustainable aviation will remain high, and that is unfavorable to the aviation markets. And with all this, the CORSIA can become ineffective towards its objective. Why? Because operators tend to continue use fossil jet fuel instead of paying a lot more on sustainable aviation fuel. Last, How can a CA facilitate the green transition of the national aviation sector? Well, the answer is there. By developing and implementing a state action plan. Why? Because it provides a much better understanding of the international civil aviation greenhouse gas emissions on a state level. And how would you do that? Well, by benchmarking. How will you do that? If I just cheat on my paper here, it is necessary to understand common efforts in sustainability among your stakeholders. So your service providers, you have to work as a team. Second, understand local conditions. Is there any strong national ambition towards sustainable projects or even initiatives? Third, conducting a SWOT analysis. We all know SWOT stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So I will just quote some of the questions that you may ask when conducting this analysis. What is your country's national competitive advantage? What are the strong economic sectors? What are the key challenges faced by your country that could hinder this transition? And how can these be overcome? What are the emerging opportunity areas, both globally and regionally? I'm talking about this area. Local when it is, you're a big country. Which country that can leverage on? Are there new opportunities that can arise from addressing weaknesses? And for the threats, what are the potential downsides that could manifest in the pursuit of sustainability? How can your country best navigate around these downsides? Downsides as in failed sustainability pursuit. Fourth, establish a framework. What is the overarching objective for service providers? Well, enablers as policy and regulation, together with the industry development, you can reach a lot. As a country, as a state, you can promote the use of sustainable aviation fuel. How? By providing support to the use of sustainable aviation fuel, where you will subsidize and have a much better price for the sustainable aviation fuel. Airliners, operational improvement or fleet renewal, which speaks for itself. Airports, the airports on Aruba is a nice example of which generates renewable energy by solar power. And last, air traffic management. The introduction of continuous climb and descent operations are already adopted, besides PBN, performance-based navigation. And finally, feedback and support. As a state, you have to be in the loop. That's a measure, how far are you with this setup for a sustainable approach. You can have the information easily between your stakeholders by reviewing the sustainability reports or company websites, news releases, so you know how you stand as a state. So, in order to close the loop for continuous improvement, you will have to incorporate industry views and perspectives and addresses societal views and concern invest in support is needed. Capacity building, technology, in order to have the lift for this such an important subject. And finally, implement actions. This sounds like Deming's PDCA cycle, right? Plan, do, check, act. Well, this is the secret for it. And finally, I will summarize the items which I discussed with you today. So I explained how ICAO's long-term aspiration goal came to life by the United Nations, the Paris Agreement, which was signed in 2015. It all started there. I've also explained the stakeholders, with ICAO as the first, and then the industry, and as last, the global coalition, which the industry is working towards that objective. The 4 elements has been covered: technology, operations, fuel, I must say sustainable aviation fuel, and the introduction of CORSIA, which is the global market-based measure system. I've covered as well key challenges of the aviation sector, and last, how CAA can provide a green transition of your national aviation sector. As a last final statement, it sounds impossible, but I have the belief that the industry on its own is pursuing that the technology is reachable within a hand distance, in the way that we can achieve a lot altogether. So for instance, perhaps in about 10 years we can have fully electrical aircraft which is of the size of a DC-9. Hydrogen aircraft is possible within the next decade. Because I forgot to mention that the wide-scale production of the power-to-liquid will start from 2025 and onward. So I believe that the aim of reaching the net zero carbon emission by 2050 is realistic. And with all that, it brings me to the end of my presentation. Okay, so thank you so much for your attention, and I will give the opportunity to any question.
Yes. Jairo, don't go.
Okay.
I'm joining you for questions.
Okay.
And we have a lot of questions
Wow.
from our audience for this first presentation, which says a lot as well. You can see them on screen since we do have a lot of questions. If there's any one of those that you would like to address, feel free to just jump on that question. I'll go with the first one that is from Armand. Bom dia, Armand. It says, how do you plan to collect data to benchmark current emissions on Aruba by Aviation?
Okay, thanks, Armand, for that question. We are, at this time, we are implementing the CORSIA, okay, in Aruba, and that's the way that we will start working with. So we will ask the operators for their flights, their emissions, and we will have a good picture of each operator, I mean AOC holders, for their emitted greenhouse gases by the end of the year.
We have another question here. It's from Angeline, and she asks, as technology used to operate aircraft technology is different from the conventional models, is it for CA authorities easier or more difficult to certify?
Okay, thanks for that. The regulations will, in principle, be the same, okay? But it will affect certainly some annexes. One of the annexes which will be affected is, of course, the licensing. Licensing of pilots, licensing of mechanics, but also the certification if we're talking about commercial operation, which is Annex 6. We will have to look on the risks that is associated. Then comes Annex 19 to it. Annex 8, that's also going to be affected. But whenever the aircraft is certified by EASA or FAA, then it will be a process that should be smoothly. It should be run smoothly.
All right, we had a presentation from Mr. Lindsay Nagel yesterday on sustainable aviation fuel, and this question also relates to that, and Armand asks, would it make sense between the ABC Islands for one of the islands to specialize in SAF and collect feedstock and funds from all islands to maintain a steady supply? That very first question on the screen.
Okay, let me just, what did he say? Yes, why not? This is the future. So I believe it is realistic, and that's the way how it should start, actually. Yeah, good question. Thank you.
Yes. We have another question here, an anonymous question that says, are flights between the ABC Islands considered domestic or international in terms of CORSIA?
Well, if we look from the kingdom, it is considered domestic. Dcca Kingdom is a state.
Allow me to scroll a little bit throughout all the questions that I have here. We have another anonymous question that says, if by 2030, a reduction of 45% should be reduced compared to 2010, how far are you today?
That's a good question, but I'm afraid I cannot have an answer to that. If that person can give me his contact details, I can have an answer by tomorrow.
Okay, so for the person who asked, maybe it's a question as well from one of our virtual participants, but if the person is in the audience, you can also approach Jairo in the foyer outside, and you can talk a little bit more about it later on. Let me see, we have a couple of more minutes. We have a lot of questions. Let's see. How do you see the development of electric versus hydrogen-powered aircraft in the future? Which one will be the first?
Okay, that's a good question which was brought up. It's a neck-and-neck race. On electric aircraft, as I just mentioned, we have a limitation factor with the size, and not only the size, but the weight of the battery in order to produce the required energy for propulsion. The hydrogen is also the development is steady but surely, and I'm sure one of them will be the winner, but I can't tell exactly which one will become the first.
We will have to wait a little bit more and see what happens. We
we
have a question from our audience that's related a little bit more to the certification of electric aircraft, and they want you to elaborate a little bit more on that. They ask, what are the essential elements for that certification?
essential elements for electric certification.
Yes, electric aircraft.
Okay, well, if I start with the general base, that also affects one of the annexes that I didn't cover previously on the previous question. It's Annex 14, which is aerodromes. Aerodromes is very important because the facilities where the aircraft should be charged electrically must meet some safety standards. And that's also one of the annexes that our department, in this case, should have a close look at, besides the other annexes that I just mentioned previously.
Well, Jairo, thank you very much for answering all of these questions. We have a couple of more, but our time is up. And thank you to all of the participants for asking so many questions as well. Let's give Jairo Jansen a big round of applause.
Thank you so much. And I wish you a blessed Thursday. Thank you so much.
Okay, we continue with this morning's program, and our next duo joins us today to share more on their research and thesis written for Aruba Airport Authority on the technical characteristics and operational challenges of electric flight operations between the ABC Islands. Let me add that both Dave Pijnenburg and Stijn Donkers successfully defended their thesis at the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences. So it's time to find out what the results from this research reveals. It's their first presentation as well as official aviation engineers, and I think that deserves a big round of applause. Let's welcome Dave Pijnenburg and Stijn Donkers.
Can everybody hear me? All right. All right, good morning everyone, or as they say here, bon dia. My name is Stijn Donkers, and next to me is my friend and colleague Dave Pijnenburg, and we both did our case studies on electric flights between the ABC Islands. And today we're going to share these results. But first of all, let me start by saying a big, major thank you to Aruba Airport. It wasn't even a year ago that we first contacted Angeline Fleming to discuss some research possibilities for electric flights between the ABC Islands. And I think it's quite remarkable and quite amazing to see that a year later we are at this amazing conference and accelerating sustainable air transport here in the Caribbean region. And yeah, we both think that it is also the leadership role that aviation companies should take in order to really push this industry forward. So, on top of that, I would also like to thank Amsterdam University. We would like to thank the Amsterdam University of Applied Sciences for making this possible, and also for being here today. Asteris is here at the corner. He was our professor during our studies, so a big round of applause for him as well. Thank you very much. And yeah, basically without further ado, let's head straight into the topics we will address today. So, today we will start with an introduction on both our educational background as well as the challenge here between the ABC Islands. And after that, we will share research questions, but also elaborate on our methods. And eventually, the thing we're all, of course, most interested in, the sweet part of our presentation, are the insights on both flight operations and ground operations for electric flights between the ABC Islands. So, to tell a bit more about our educational background, as you can see, Dave and I both graduated in aviation studies, which is in general a very broad study. However, it gives you the possibility to specialize in a topic that you as a student are most interested in. And overall, Dave and I chose to participate in the Honors Engineering track, which focuses on doing scientific research on real-life aerospace challenges. And last year we already did so for KLM and Transavia. And yeah, now we had the big chance, the big chance to do this for Aruba Airport as well. Our students get educated according to the Sustainable Operational Readiness model, and it doesn't matter in which topic you eventually specialize, because the main motto of our education is to really bridge the gap between scientific knowledge and practice. And let's move on to the topic we will be really addressing today. So, what is the challenge here at the ABC Islands? And as you have already seen in the presentation that Marika gave on last Monday, electric flight operations form a big opportunity here for the Caribbean region. And if we look at the facts, almost 236 flights are performed every single week here between the islands, and most of these are performed with 8, 19 or 34 seaters. However, there are like two major challenges they are facing over here. First of all, the flights are not sustainable. The aircraft which are flying over here are old and polluting. And secondly, it is not affordable to fly between the islands over here. And I think a personal example of this is that my flight to New York was cheaper than flying to Curaçao. And that is just not what we want and what we really have to change, because local communities are not able to fly to another island, not able to fly to their families. And yeah, I think there is so much importance in this region, so we should really connect this region more and make it affordable and sustainable. And luckily, electric flight has the big ability to overcome these challenges and make this region, or at least the aviation in this region, really bloom and soar again. So, I would like to give the word now to Dave to share more on our starting point of our research.
Yes, thanks, Stijn, for the wonderful introduction. So as you have seen already this week, the NLR and NACO already performed research about electric flying over here just before we started in February. And they showed that electric flying is feasible over here, so that's great news. And they did that based on the first generation of electric aircraft. So we used that as well. And they also included a great roadmap and stakeholder analysis over here. So what we basically did is we used this research and we dived a little bit more deeper into the technical side of electric flying. So that brings me to the research questions of our studies. What we did is we split the entire study up into two parts. The first one being about flight operations, that's the part of Stijn. So he looked into, for example, how much energy does an electric aircraft use for a flight from, for example, Curaçao to Aruba or otherwise, or other islands. And my part was about ground operations. So on the one side, the charging of the electric aircraft, and on the other side, the maintenance of electric aircraft. So, and of course, we also used some research methods. And we used, of course, on the one side, desk research. So we used as many scientific sources as possible to keep the results as reliable as possible. But we also used a lot of manuals from, for example, Pipistrel or EASA. As you all know, the Pipistrel that's located here at the airport right now is the world's first certified electric aircraft. So that means that there's a lot of documents available of this aircraft with a lot of useful data. So we use that in our studies. And there's also a certification basis available. So we use that as well. And we also used manufacturer data. Both companies that are stated here, Aviation and Hart Aerospace, are two manufacturers that have come across many times before during this conference. We used that as well in our study. And because we were located here at the Aruba airport, we also had the unique opportunity to speak with local stakeholders, such as, for example, Web Aruba, the energy provider over here, but also Easy Air and DV Air, the most important local airlines. So that gives a very good perspective of the airline industry over here. Next to the local stakeholders, we also managed to speak with some other stakeholders, such as EASA. So we spoke, for example, to the person who was responsible for certifying the Pipistrel, but also with E-Flight Academy. As you might know, they are an electric flight school in the Netherlands for over 2 years already right now. So they really have a lot of experience with electric flying. So we used a lot of their insights in our study as well. So I would now like to give the word back to Stijn to share his insights on his study.
Thank you, Dave, for explaining our research methods. So I would now like to dive deeper into my research about sustainable inter-island flights. And as you can see on the next slides, my research was really wide. It was really broad, and the main reason behind this is that I really wanted to make sure that if we were going to fly electric between these islands, what would the total picture entail? So, like focusing on only 2 topics would not be this beneficial as keeping it really broad. And in the first part, I looked at electric aircraft in general. So, what kind of electric aircraft can we expect? What are the potential limitations? But also, what kind of developments are expected for the coming years? In the second part, I looked at inter-island flights. So, what would it deliver us if we were going to replace the current flights by electric aircraft, and what would it mean in terms of, for example, energy emissions and also cost, a really important factor. For the third part of my research, I looked at the local weather effect together with Dave, and we were of course very curious because we have a very specific climate over here in the Caribbean, if this would have an effect on the components of electric aircraft. And the last part of my study focused on operation, safety and legislation of electric flight operations to see what the differences are with the current operation. So we'll just go briefly through them right now. And in the first part, focusing on electric aircraft in general, I first look into the components and systems. So what is different with electric aircraft? And also, how does it compare with the current aircraft? And as you can see on the graph on both the screens, both the conventional powertrain as well as the electric powertrain are set side by side, and you can see in every stage what the different components are. Lastly, in this topic, I also looked into the performance of electric aircraft. So how does this change with so how does this compare with the aircraft that are currently flying between the islands? And conclusions I could derive from this is that although the aircraft look very similar to each other, the main differences lie within the powertrain. In general, an electric powertrain is 2 times more efficient than a normal powertrain, and it consists out of a simpler construction. The aircraft that are currently flying between the islands have like thousands of movable parts within their powertrain, and an electric powertrain only has a few movable parts. So this makes it both more reliable, and as it is more reliable, also less maintenance sensitive, which is of course a very important factor here in the Caribbean. Next, as you might have guessed, there are also 0 emissions during flight. However, in order to be fully sustainable, we will also need to use green energy to power these flights. Because if we're really going to change to electric flight, we have to tackle this as well. Otherwise, it's just a bit of greenwashing. Going on, batteries are currently the limiting factor. However, in the Caribbean, the islands are only separated by a few hundred kilometers. Bonaire to Aruba is 129 kilometers, and that makes it perfectly suitable for the first generation of electric aircraft. And in the coming decade, new battery technologies will arrive, such as solid state, and these have the ability to increase the range with a minimum of 6 times, but also have a great benefit for the safety of the battery. A recommendation coming from this part of the research is that we should really follow the developments on aircraft designs. As you might have seen last year, the Aviation Alice already underwent a redesign, and after our thesis were done, the hard aerospace moved from a 19-seat configuration to a 30-seater configuration, and also included the hybrid engine. And in order, if we really want to prepare for electric flight operations, we should also follow these developments, as it is the only way to really be prepared well. For the second part of my research, I look at inter-island flights. So I started looking at the current inter-island air transport as a basis. And based on airline data from DVDV Air and EZ Air, I could calculate the emissions and also the costs of the current flights in terms of fuel. And by having done this, I could develop a model based on the proposed electric aircraft that we're going to fly between the islands, the ES-19, now ES-30, and the Aviation Alice. And I could calculate both the energy cost the expected energy we need, and also the expected emissions. And with this comes a major important factor, because the electric aircraft are going to be powered by electric energy provided by either Web Aruba, Web Bonaire, or Aqua Electra. So I also included their sustainable energy share, as well as how much emissions they produce by generating 1 megawatt hour of energy. On top of that, I also included the costs, and by doing that, I could make some really good conclusions on how this would change, or how this would compare to each other. The last part is about aircraft payload comparison. So if we want to fly from, for instance, Aruba to Bonaire, can we still take 20 kilograms of luggage with us, or does that have to change? And conclusions from this are as follow. Well, basically the proposed aircraft can fly the current routes. My model proved that, and it was also proven by the research of NLR and NACO. And they can even do so by keeping into account the strictest realistic wind conditions that we can expect, as well as a battery that is at the end of its lifespan. And emissions are already being reduced with 98%, and this is with the current sustainable energy shares on the island. So this is a major reduction, and switching to electric aircraft can achieve this. So I think we should really go for it. The next part, also quite important, energy costs are 21 to 55% lower compared to fuel, so for instance gasoline or kerosene, and this has a direct impact on the ticket price. So this is based on the prices at the beginning of this year, and I think with the oil crisis right now, it is even more. Okay, so furthermore, we have similar payload, so we can take the same amount of luggage with us as we would normally could, and also the same flight times can be achieved. Lastly, because charging during the turnaround process will be feasible, as Dave will elaborate more on later, the current flight schedules are also feasible, which makes that there will be no complex changes necessary. A recommendation, however, would be coming from this topic, is that we really have to explore the options to self-generate renewable electric energy, because it not only makes the flights even more greener than the 98%, but it also could make the ticket prices more affordable, as wind energy and solar energy, apart from the investment costs, of course, are free energy. And basically, it's a win-win situation, or as Martin yesterday said, 2 halen, 1 betalen. And yeah, we should really explore these options and look deeper into that. Furthermore, on the topic that Dave and I researched together, the local weather conditions, what for an effect does it have on the components of an electric aircraft? We first looked into the local weather conditions here at the ABC Islands, and we did that based on the data provided by the Meteorological Department of Aruba. Next, because we already knew the sensitivity of the components, we could also identify the possible effect this would have on the components of electric aircraft. Conclusions which have arrived from this is that humidity, temperature, and salinity already pose a danger to the aircraft flying between the islands right now, and this is also the case with electric aircraft. However, a motor and controller from an electric aircraft can be completely sealed, and therefore are much higher resistant against environmental influences. However, on the downside, batteries that are being used are quite sensitive to either the heat or the cold. And when you're flying, the battery gets cooled by an active cooling system. However, when the aircraft is not operative, this of course doesn't go up. This of course doesn't work. So we have to look into that as well. Airframes will require special coating. This is a practice that DV Air and EZ already applied to their aircraft. And it is also important to do that with, for example, the Aviation Alice or the Hard ES30 to protect the aluminum airframe or the composite of the Aviation Alice. And lastly, connectors, which are the parts that connect all the items within the powertrain, are very sensitive for corrosion. So these should be regularly inspected, as well as the motor, to ensure that the seal is properly working. A recommendation from this topic is that we should create suitable storage facilities to accommodate electric aircraft, and this is not direct necessary. However, by doing so, we can protect them from salty air and also from the high temperatures when, for example, charging. And this will for surely increase the lifespan of these electric aircraft. And yeah, that is of course a great benefit. Moving on to the last topic of my research, looking into the operational safety and legislation differences of flight operations between the islands, I first look into what are the differences in every flight operation and every flight phase. So on the ground as well as in the air. Next, because we are working with a new technology, I looked into the safety aspects and also possible in-flight emergencies that can arise with an electric aircraft. And lastly, I looked into the local legislation over here to accommodate electric flight operations. So asking myself the question, when these aircraft are available, can we actually fly them between the islands, or are there some legal barriers we still need to overcome? Conclusions from this last part is that there are actually quite a few differences in the flight operation. And it is, for example, really important that airside personnel who work with these aircraft do get trained on those differences to ensure a high level of safety. As you already have been told, pilots can obtain an additional E-rating in order to fly these aircraft, and this will have quite a lot of similarities with the Pipistrel Velis that is currently flying here in Aruba, and it consists out of a theory training and also a practical pilot training. For the next part, no ATC procedure changes are expected, and this is due to the fact that there is the same performance. So there are no different approach or departure procedures needed. However, electric aircraft have the great benefit to actually regenerate electrical energy during their descent phase. However, to do so, they need a steeper approach. So it will be recommendable, for instance, ANSA to look into developing steeper procedures for landing. Next, there is an inter-island coordination agreement already currently in place, and this states that if, for example, an airline from Island A wants to fly to Island B has to accept that airline coming from Island A according to their local regulations. So if electric flight regulations are already in place in the country of registration, in principle, the Dutch Caribbean islands should accept that airline coming to their island as well. So this would accelerate the introduction of these legal requirements. For the last part, as we are working with a new technology, of course, new safety considerations and possible in-flight emergencies are possible, and it is important to be familiar with these. Summing up this last part of my research, I also had some recommendations. Airside personnel should be trained with the operational and safety differences to ensure a high level of safety. We have to look further into the possibility of charging electric aircraft with passengers on board. This is something that is currently still unknown. And according to the manager at EASA we spoke, this is likely highly dependable on what the OEMs can prove what their safety record is, or what measurements they take to ensure this high level of safety. Next, it is recommendable for airports to look into the SARPs, so the standards and recommended practices that's going to be online and published on the EHAPI platform, which stands for Electric Hybrid Aircraft Platform for Innovation. As soon as these are available over here, airports can actually already implement these as well as the local authorities over here. Lastly, as I already said, we should develop draft procedures to accommodate these steeper approaches, because in this way airlines or aircraft can regenerate about 2 or 3% of their energy use during the landing phase. And this concludes my research, and now I would like to give the word to Dave to tell more on his research.
Thank you, Stijn. So indeed, let's continue to ground operations right now. That's my part. As I already said, I split my research up into 2 parts. First of all, the charging. So there I looked into the charging stations, what kind of charging stations are necessary. but also how much power is required to charge the aircraft within the desired turnaround times. Also, I looked a little bit into the location of the charging stations and, of course, safety during charging. And the second part of my research was about the maintenance of electric aircraft. First of all, about the legal requirements, as Stan already explained a little bit about, but also training for maintenance crew. And of course, a very important part, the maintenance costs and maintainability of the aircraft. Next to that, I also looked together with Stijn into the facility requirements. So how can you make sure to safely work with the aircraft in these conditions over here? And as well, in this part, I also looked into safety. So let's start with the conclusions in terms of charging. Well, according to the power calculations that Stijn made and the desired turnaround times of around 25 minutes, it will be necessary to charge the aircraft with around 900 kilowatts. So that's quite a lot, and unfortunately the current infrastructure installed at Aruba Airport is not sufficient to deliver this amount of power. So that needs to be adjusted. And when you adjust this current infrastructure, you can also look into the possibilities for sustainable energy sources a bit more. However, right now there is a limitation in place for the use of sustainable energy. So for example, for companies, they can use only 100 kilowatts of solar panels within their company. And if you translate that to an amount of aircraft you can charge per day with such amount of solar panels, that's only 1 or 2 aircraft per day. So that's really, insufficient. So maybe it will be possible to get an exemption to install more solar panels. So next, about the location of the charging stations. And before I go into this, I want to show you the actual airport of Aruba. So here you have the map. And to make that a little bit more clear, I have the ICAO chart over here. And what you see is that on the north side of the runway, you have the main apron, and that's where the intra-island flights are departing from right now. There are ideas to replace the intra-island flights to the southern side, right here, at the general aviation apron. That's where the pipistrelle is located right now as well. And what you can create over there is a much more simplified process for the passengers. So that helps with reducing the ticket prices. And you can separate the intra-island flights from the other traffic to the States or to Europe or to South America. So in my report, I included 2 concepts to realize this. And the first one makes use of the existing aprons, and the second one makes use of entirely new aprons specifically for electric aircraft. And both have their advantages and disadvantages. They are stated in my report, but I will not go into them very deeply right now. So if you want to see more about that, you can always contact me for the entire report. Lastly, about safety procedures during charging. Yesterday, during the panel discussion, we heard that it's very important to come up with standards to make the charging of electric aircraft more simple. So one of the standards that's being worked on right now is the Air 7375 standard. And that's basically meant for the aircraft that we have used in this study. So there is being worked on that. And that standard also includes protection against rain, short circuits, over temperature, over current, all those things. However, of course, water and electricity don't really go hand in hand. So you should still be careful when charging during rain. So either build a shelter, for example. Next, temperature could be a thing over here, as it's always around 30 degrees Celsius. So it might be needed to provide some extra cooling, especially to the batteries, because when you're charging at such high powers, the batteries might overheat, and you want to prevent that from happening. And in addition to this, there should be looked into ways that fires could be extinguished, because an electric fire is quite something different than an other kind of fire. So the airport should be prepared for this. So to come up with some recommendations in terms of charging, first of all, the detailed requirements for the infrastructure should be further investigated. And this can be done together with Web or Elmar, but also maybe even with third parties. And during this investigation, also sustainable energy should be included. Next, the options for the relocation of intra-island flights should be further investigated, as well as the training of ground crew, because the ground crew, of course, need to be able to handle these kind of aircraft, so they need to be prepared for this. Next, as I already said, appropriate measures should be taken against electric fires. So, let's now continue to the second part of my research, which was about maintenance. First, we have the legal requirements. And as you might know, some islands here in the Dutch Caribbean have different regulations in place. So the one island uses EASA, the other one uses FAA, which might make things a little bit difficult. So an inter-island agreement would be very nice. And as last Monday the MOU has been signed, that's actually a great step into towards the right direction. And this could also include training, so that an aircraft can be maintained at all the islands, not specifically at one island. So the next thing I want to talk about is the maintainability and costs of maintenance for electric aircraft. So as we heard many times before during this conference, it's expected that maintenance for electric aircraft will be much cheaper and also less intensive. So that's just because the components are much more simple. They have just much less moving parts with, there are just less things that can break, basically. So eventually lower costs are expected, but I put eventually into brackets because it's of course very new technology, and it always comes with some startup unforeseen costs maybe. But eventually it's expected that maintenance will indeed become much more cheaper than with the conventional aircraft that are used right now. So next, about facility requirements. As I already said, the right firefighting equipment should be in place. Batteries, of course, are quite difficult to extinguish when they catch fire, because you can basically not do that much about it. It's a self-containing fire, so you either have to supply lots of water, but it doesn't really extinguish the fire. It just slows down the process. So we have to look into what's the best way in handling these kind of fires. And next, we have to look into the storage conditions for batteries, because they have certain limits in which it's safe to store them. But you obviously don't want to that the temperature gets outside of those limits. And the last part here was about safety. So during maintenance of the aircraft, batteries need to be disconnected, and that's just to prevent any short circuits or other dangerous electricity problems for the maintenance crew. And again, additional cooling might be required. So to sum up some recommendations, first of all, the local regulations should be prepared, as well as the training of the engineers. They should be well prepared for working with electric aircraft. Next, the aircraft are right now being washed very regularly to prevent any corrosion. However, the new electric aircraft will likely be protected against this. It's still recommended to keep doing this just to prevent any corrosion within the electrical system. Next, one thing I didn't include into my research was the maintenance to the charging stations themselves. Of course, they also require maintenance, which is very important to the airport, because they will be responsible for that. But I didn't include it in my research. It was out of my scope, but it is an important thing to consider, so that still has to be investigated. And again, the temperature limits of the batteries should be kept in mind. So, for the entire study of us, we have some general recommendations. The first one is that the stakeholders right now really should start cooperating, And the MOU that has been signed is a great start of this. Secondly, a pilot phase could be implemented with only one aircraft, so that the people here on the island can see that it works, and all the stakeholders can see that it works, and that can really accelerate the process. So one thing I want to say again before I end our presentation is that if you have interest in our research, in our reports, please feel free to contact us. We can always share the full report with you. So having that said, all that's left for us to say right now is that E-Flight is ready for departure, so let's board the future. Thank you. Masha dank.
Thank you very much, Dave and Stijn. We have plenty of questions for you as well this morning.
Nice.
They are on the screen. So let's get right into it, shall we? With respect to safety, would you recommend a single-engine electrical aircraft for inter-island operation?
Well, the aircraft that we have looked into don't have single engines. They both have multiple engines, either two, or I believe ES-30 has 4 even, or 6?
It is 4, the
Four,
ES-30.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the aircraft that we have looked into don't have single engines.
Yes?
Yeah.
If you look into the engine itself, I think overall an electric motor has a higher reliability compared to, for instance, a gas turbine or a turbofan engine. And in that prospect, it's actually safer to fly with a single electric aircraft than it will be with a single normal engine. So, yeah, I think there will be no problem at all regarding safety considerations.
Our next question says, do you think it will be realistic that a 900 kilowatt charging station will be available in around 5 years?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they are working on this right now. Aviation is mentioning this on their website as well. So yeah, if they want to bring their aircraft to the market, it will be handy if they also have a charger. So yeah, I think it's realistic. Yeah.
Okay. We have a question on screen you can see as well from Teun. Why do you think that HART discontinued the E19 and refocused on the E30?
I think that the major thing what has to do with this is that the E19 was actually for a very limited market. By making this aircraft a 30-seater, you can approach a much bigger market. And also what they did is that instead of using electrical energy in a battery for reserve, they implemented a hybrid system. So they have SAF, or regular kerosene if you still want to use that. And by powering on or using that system, they can save quite a lot of what normally would be battery mass. So overall, I think that the HART ES30 has a much bigger market to reach, and is also design-wise, yeah, much agile and much completer than the ES19.
Okay. We have a question from Jurgen that says hybrid planes need 60 kilowatt of charging power. How does this change your conclusion with respect to the availability of power?
Yeah, I think that's maybe a good in-between solution before we go to electric aircraft directly. Yeah, of course, hybrid planes still use fuel, so yeah, we want, yeah, for these short distances, we really want to go to fully electric aircraft. But yeah, it could be a solution for the high power. Yeah.
All right. We also have a comment from Jurgen that says great research. So compliments from Jurgen on behalf of the research. We have a question here, anonymous question that says, if you would park an aircraft in a hangar due to salinity, how do you foresee this with extra investments needing in regards to infrastructure?
Want to add to that?
Yeah, likely the aircraft will be protected against salt, but yeah, as Stan already said, their lifespan might be increased when you park them inside. Yeah, it's not really necessary, but it could be beneficial.
So
I think
it's advisable, but not
advisable,
completely
yeah.
necessary.
Yeah,
That's the way to
that's
see
true.
it. Yeah.
Okay, we have a couple of more questions.
Mhm.
Did you look into the use of batteries to overcome capacity problems?
So batteries in the grid, I think then.
I think so. It's a question from Jurgen. I don't know if Jurgen wants to add on a little bit to the question. Yes, can we have a handheld mic for Jurgen right here in the middle? Bom dia, Jurgen. Thank you for joining us.
Hi guys. Good morning. Yeah, great research. What I already said. With respect to the charging, you say 900 kilowatt. That is huge. Which aircraft is that actually?
Yeah, we did the calculations for both aircraft, but yeah, the results were quite similar for both of them. And that's just because you use quite some energy during flight, and you want to charge them in a relatively short time.
Mm.
So I think it's good to say that we use a bit of the worst case scenario, I think. So for example, the NLR had some lower results, but yeah, we use the worst case scenario, I think, yeah.
And isn't it 900 kilowatt hours capacity and maybe charge power is lower then? Because I think those aircraft have about 900 kilowatt hours as a battery capacity.
Yeah.
And then you don't want to charge them with 900 kilowatt power because that's 1C and that's too much. So it would be normal to charge it with 350 kilowatts, something like that. And a 350 kilowatt is a regular fast charger for a car, which is a CCF fast charger. So if you do that, then you have a much more acceptable chargers, which are comparable to cars. And I think you do not stress the system of the airport. But it's nice to go in more detail later on.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank
I
you.
believe Aviation is working on a 1 megawatt charging, using a 1 megawatt charging system. So I think they are working on some solutions to overcome these problems with high power usage. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jurgen. We have a question from Peter. It's also on the screen. How do the current operators react to the idea of an e-flight? I'm assuming it is.
Well, actually, we spoke to both EZ Air and DVDV, and both airlines were actually quite open for electric flight, also following the subject. However, I think that the main problem over here is the investment cost. So that is, of course, a major barrier, and I think that is one thing that has to be solved within the coming years, or perhaps alternatives in some kind of way. So yeah, overall they were very enthusiastic. However, they also want to make their operation realistic, and therefore also come certain expectations. So, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Stijn. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. Our Q&A minutes are up. Thank you for sharing the results on your research and for joining us today. It's time for our first panel discussion of this morning. Our first panel for today is titled Chicken or the Egg? Should the aviation industry push regulations or vice versa? Our moderator for this panel is a native from Aruba, but is currently the Director of Marketing, Air Service and Development at Curaçao International Airport. After various positions in hotel sales and marketing functions in Aruba, Peggy Cruz obtained an MBA with a focus on marketing and transitioned into aviation. So let's see where today's conversation will lead us, and let's welcome to the stage with a big round of applause our moderator for this panel, Ms. Peggy Cruz.
The sense of wonder in our industry is amazing because it's taken us from fantasies and dreams and turned them all in reality. And we're about to embark on the next phase within this journey. And I hope that the fun that we have, the craziness, and the audacity to do things that nobody else thought was possible is just mind-blowing. So it's my pleasure and honor to be sharing this panel with two gentlemen which I have a great esteem for and who are representing the present and the future. So first up, Michael Cleaver, the CEO of Winair. Michael, come on up. Secondly, Teun Kraai, please join us on stage, the owner and CEO of Lucy. Thank you. Please have a seat. And we're going to take a slanted, different approach this morning and let stimulate the conversation, but also let it flow a little bit. So without further much ado, Michael, if you could give us a short introduction of who you are.
Before I do that, good morning. I would like to thank the Dcca and Peggy and the rest of the team for including us in this discussion, this very important discussion. So thank you and kudos for doing a wonderful job, particularly Christine Leo and Joanne Ahrens and your team. You've done a great job. We've learned a lot. I've certainly learned a lot, and I thank you for the opportunity, Peggy, to be part of this panel. I'd like to clarify one other point, if I could, before I introduce myself to this group. Several people have asked me this morning if I am related to Teun. And I understand the reason for the question, because he's a very handsome devil, and but there is no blood relation between us, but I am 2 inches taller. And, so that being clarified, I would like to now just introduce myself. My name is Michael Cleaver. I've been in the aviation industry for over 30 years. I worked for American Airlines in the United States, the Caribbean, South America, a little bit of work in Europe. I'm currently the president and chief executive officer, and I'm also the accountable officer at Winair, which is the national airline of St. Martin in the Netherlands Antilles, to the north of you all. You know, we operate there. We have our hub based at Princess Juliana International Airport, and it's really a pleasure to be down here and share this panel discussion with Peggy and the rest of you all, and it's been very enjoyable. So I say thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next up, Teun.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I'm not going to repeat all the thanks. I just agree with all the thanks. My name is Teun. I'm very tall. I've had half of you come up to me, ask how tall I am. That's 6'10". I have a history in sports. So I was in the national rowing team as a professional athlete. And rowing obviously is a very sustainable way of moving around. So I figured I'd also continue my professional career in that sense. I spent some time at McKinsey, went to Oxford to get my MBA, and then started in climate tech, specifically being an entrepreneur. My first company was in e-commerce, where we were focused on reducing waste. And it was very powerful and fulfilling to, on the one hand, sort of solve a societal problem and genuinely add value, and at the same time build a company that has sort of a reason to exist in a capitalist system that can grow, that can, you know, like people can work there, can make a profit, it can be like it's investable, you know, and that's a really beautiful way to scale a good thing like reducing waste, or scale something maybe even better as sustainable aviation. And that's why a year and a half I made a very natural transition from e-commerce to aviation and started Lucy. And Lucy is a very mission-driven company where our goal is to accelerate the advent of sustainable aviation, which can sort of show itself in many different shapes or forms. And the success of Lucy is only one of them. Yeah, so very excited to be here and to have a chat with Michael.
Great, thank you so much. So let's set the stage for the conversation and look at the present. So Michael, maybe on a high level, since this is the first panel really with airlines discussing the opportunity, which everybody is very excited about, but to get firsthand of basically the entities that will be the ones really implementing this. So if you could just give us a brief introduction on a high level about Winair, your business model, and currently, your challenges.
Well, Winair is, for those of you who don't know, we're a regional airline. We operate over 20,000 flights in the course of a year. We are the largest operator at Princess Juliana by flight volume, not by passengers. We operate 6 aircraft, 4 twin-engine Otters and 2 ATRs, which we lease from Air Antilles. You've probably seen them at your airports down here. We're very pleased that we are going to get our own aircraft, so they'll look like part of our fleet. We will fly them, we will maintain them, so we're very excited about that. That's up and coming. The thing about sustainable airline to reduce emissions is a fantastic idea, and as an airline, who wouldn't want to do it? Reduce your costs, hopefully, offer a better service, but keep the mission the same. Our mission is to connect people going through Princess Juliana to 16 destinations. We don't fly to 16 destinations every day. We also have the responsibility of serving Saba and Statia, which are Dutch islands. We call it the Triple S Islands, Saba, St. Martin, and Statia, which are in the Northern Caribbean. We have a historical, cultural ties. Although they are now part of the Netherlands, so to speak, we still exercise that responsibility to do it. So when we were talking at our AGM and our board meetings, we were talking about sustainable air service, especially within the Dutch kingdom, which is Saba and Statia, but also we've extrapolated it and think, we should offer that service wherever we fly, because our regional flying in the Northern Caribbean, all of our destinations up there are within 200 miles, making it optimal for us to use this new technology to either reduce emissions or perhaps even with the goal of eliminating them completely, which is a fantastic endeavor. All of that said, we are, the cold truth of it is, we are a for-profit company. So we have to do it on an economically viable system. So the training and the processes that we've all heard about have opened, certainly my eyes. The civil aviation of Aruba, which is really, really, when you get into civil aviation, it's really amazing what they do. But there's processes to get all of these aircraft and equipment, training, things for your people. The most important part of what we do as an airline, as Winair, is safety and security. Safety and security for our customers, for our employees, and our assets. Everything we do revolves around safety. If you don't have safety, you don't have anything. We're one of the few airlines in the world. We've never had a fatality in 61 years. We've had a few accidents. We've done some wingtip damage. We've done a few things, but we've never had a fatality, and we're very proud of that. We only operate twin-engine aircraft. We have 2 pilots on every flight. We spare no expense when it comes to our equipment, the safety and the training of our people, and we look forward to this being introduced and working with our partners, which we think is very, very important. Airports, different destinations. Is this going to be available only in St. Martin? Is it going to be Saba and Statia? Is it going to be St. Bart's? Is it going to be Tortola? How can we do it? Because we must use our aircraft to maximum utilization, which means carry the most passengers you can and do 9 to 13 flights a day. Currently, we do 4 flights to Saba and Statia, 2 apiece every day. So that makes the business model inefficient. we need to expand it. So we need to start to work with our partners, especially the airport. Which type of airplane do we go into? Is it full electric? Is it a hybrid model? These things we can work on together, but the time to start is now because this is up and coming, and companies like Lucy and other companies here, it's very opportune to have this conference today so we can start working to something that we hope is going to happen in a year, 2 years, 3 years, but we need to start planning now. So that's the challenge about the reduction or the elimination of emission that we find ourselves in, and we are committed to do it because it's the way of the future. A lot of us get into business, or the airline business. I love the smell of aviation fuel. You know, when you burn it, I just love it. And the exhaust from an engine blowing at you is, I like it. But that's going to change. So we're going to have to adapt to that. But it's an exciting business, and we need to do this thing because, you know, we're the people from KLM, we're screwing up the world. And so we need to look at this.
Yeah, and maybe we can have a sense, you know, that when we spray the batteries with jet fuel, and then, you know, that you will feel and not lose that sense. But thank you very much for that wonderful overview. And then moving into Lucy, and I am sure that everybody would like to know an airline called Lucy. Was that inspired by Lucille Ball, Lucille van Pelt with Charlie Brown? It would be interesting to know. I mean, you got Siri, Alexa, are they forming a sorority? You know, what is we'd love to know that. And of course, you know, what then does that bring to looking at what Michael shared with us, you know, the current modus operandi, the business model that works for them, how do you envision that being part of that evolution for them?
Yeah, sure. Michael, I love that you like the smell of aviation fuel. I like the smell of trees even better. So maybe we can work on that together.
Deodorizer.
Deodorize, right? We'll do that. So yeah, Lucy. Yeah, like, I'm not really a business person, and so what I do on like a daily basis, I just sort of like lay on the ground, like a hard surface with my eyes closed to sort of like process what happened that day. So at some point in the beginning of Lucy, I was just lying down with my, like, looking up at the sky, and then this Beatles song about Lucy in the Sky.
I didn't want to go there, but yes.
And then, you know, that was sort of a very natural, fun way to, I figure, okay, Lucy, that's it. Sounds nice. Good associations, great band. And here we are. So
and
that
diamonds.
is, it happens, man. It's just like, you just gotta embrace that flow. And the other question was about what we do.
How does this, you know, the evolution? So it's very interesting to actually the way that you came up with the idea, because of course your background was not necessarily in aviation, but like a lot of other very creative people that come into this industry, you know, you have epiphany and you start that. Yeah. So you have Lucy, but then how does that then complement business models?
So after selling our previous business, I was like, it was during COVID and sitting at home and, you know, just getting very depressed, thinking about like all the stuff that's happening in the world and not doing something about it. So I personally feel a very strong responsibility to contribute to a better world for now and also the next generation, like at a scale larger than myself, if I can. And, you know, this is not necessarily about saving the planet, because like our planet is just a rock, right? So our planet will be fine. I think this is mostly, the climate issue is mostly about creating a better world for future generations. Like that is like it's pure, like it's a very ecocentric goal that we have, I think, with solving sustainability. Like, you know, because it's not about the planet, it's just about us. It's about the comfort of living we are used to. You know, it's about our own sort of like preventing our own extinction. That is, and you know, preventing our own extinction seems like a great goal to work on. And you know, so then I started looking, say, hey man, like what's an industry where I, as a person, and like what I know and what I'm like good at, like and what I don't know, like where I can contribute. And aviation to me seems like an industry where a lot is possible. I think the technological challenges that we have discussed in the past days are only a part of the reason that adoption of sustainable aviation is not happening, right? We have regulation, we love talking, right? We're all here talking for 4 days. We have legacy, like you were talking about, right? Like earlier we were saying, hey, like I need to operate 2 systems. I mean, that sort of makes the transition harder. So by starting a new company that has no legacy, is not tied down, you know, and sort of like just like get into execution mode and, you know, see what we can achieve by just doing, that to me is a very powerful way of contributing. I think in general, what's true for me at least, it's way easier to act myself into a different way of thinking than to think myself into a different way of acting. So that's why I started Lucy. You know, to have these conversations. And I think honestly, if the contribution of Lucy is to help Winair become sustainable 5 years earlier than if we weren't be here, then that's even a much bigger impact than the success of Lucy itself, right? So, like, I'm very excited to, like, you know, basically help the industry, you know, for us to, you know, maybe pick this up and see what we can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because I think also if we then look to the future, and Michael, to your point of actually having to operate in 2 systems, from a financial perspective also, these costs, and especially with anything new, initial costs, the first steps are usually heavy investment, and afterwards it would level down to more operable costs. Also for the passengers, of course, you need to be ensured that the passengers will be still flying sustainably at affordable rates. So how a company like Lucy or any other company, how would you like to be involved in conversations or be approached for you to be able to sell it to your stakeholders and shareholders, because the financial impact will have to be absorbed. So any thoughts on that?
Yes. The expense of running 2 different systems, you know, turboprops, we operate only turboprop aircraft, will not go away because we're talking about regional flying. You know, we do long-haul flying. People from KLM are probably laughing at me. It's long-haul flying to us is 900 kilometers, which we fly to Curacao, we fly to Haiti, we fly to Aruba. We're going back to Bonaire. But what we like to look at, and I was really impressed with all of this, and I got some ideas from several of the presentations. I tend to look at it, I drive my staff crazy with this. It's passion and commitment. You know, if you have the passion and the commitment, you can do anything. And the people in this room, you have the passion and commitment. You're here. You're talking about something that they haven't even made an airplane to do, but you want to do it. So the passion and commitment is there. The people from, especially the Aruba Tourist Authority and the gentleman from Bonaire, Miles, their presentations talked about what they did was they made a plan that was like a route or a vine. It went into every aspect of the economy. So you get buy-in from everybody. And I really like the fact that the Bonaire buy-in, you know, the thing about doing things, if we can do something similar, but on an aviation side, and let our customers know this is for the environment, because Peggy's absolutely right. To run 2 systems is a little inefficient. The startup costs, the initial costs are going to be there, But if we can educate everybody about, if you fly to Saba and Statia on Win Air, this is a zero emission flight, people might be willing to maybe, you know, this is cold of me, maybe they'll pay a little more to do so, because if you can get your customers to buy in on what you're doing, safety and security, as I said, there's nothing else more important. We deal a lot, we have 11 partners, we code-share and interline partners, and Air France KLM Group is obsessed with safety and security, and rightly so. And we have a coach, so we are obsessed with safety and security. But I really like the idea of, from Aruba Tourist Association and the people from Bonaire, of educating your customer on what you're trying to do and what you are achieving by flying on a emission-reduced or a emission-free aircraft. There's synergies, and people are willing to participate in that. So that would be an idea I'd like to flesh out more with the people who created it, but it comes from meetings like this. So there's a lot of synergies in working with our biggest partner, which is the St. Martin Airport, for us. What can we do together? We have an acre of land in St. Martin, at the airport. We're one of the few airlines that actually has its own land. At the airport. Do we do our own charging there? Do we put hydrogen cells? Do we do this? What's the efficiency we can get out of this by working with our partners and stakeholders, the most important one being Princess Juliana, and also the fuelers and the other groups that support us. We need to look at ways of doing this, achieving the mission, which is transporting people at a lower cost, doing it safely, and getting the synergies of how we can all contribute to it, because we all can't sit back and we're all one big happy Dutch family, North and South Caribbean. Holland can't pay for everything. The Netherlands, it will contribute, I am sure. We heard the presentation about their input and their interjection of funds. We're going to need more than that, and we're going to need to make this technology and utilize it throughout the Northeast Caribbean. So there's synergies that I'm taking back from this group, and I got their cards, and we can talk to them and see what goes on, and meeting people like Toon and getting them into where we operate. Say, what can we do? What's your ideas? And I really like the thing about people who've never been in the aviation industry. They come up with ideas. They're not limited.
So stupid.
No, they're not. They're so open to an idea that, I think, well, it's never been done, so you can't do it. Why you can't do it? And the passion and commitment is something that we look at, and it's in abundance in this room. Everything you do with passion and commitment.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Teun, further elaborating on this, how are your thoughts in really capturing the necessities, especially on the airlines? I'm sure there's conversations, because to Michael's point, we're starting here. This is a starting block in cooperation, especially if we look at the 6 islands of the Dutch Caribbean, which are divided by distance if we look at the Leeward and the Windward Islands. But still, there's a commonality. There is a lot of community. There's a lot of family within these 6 islands. So how would Lucy, with the information that you're getting here, helping you further make business cases that not only the airlines, but us as airports and the destination, that whole chain is able to buy into?
Yeah, so that's a very good question. For me, the value of this conference is talking to like genuinely getting into a conversation with people and understanding the details, like the challenges they have at a very operational level. And I think a good example, like coincidentally, we had a conversation this morning about operations in the Triple S Islands, where you were saying, well, we have very short runways, so like we have like hard touchdowns, and we immediately reverse, which is a big strain on the engine, right? Which is interesting because electric engines are like way better equipped to sort of handle that strain, or can even regenerate power if you would reverse them by changing the pitch of the blades. So then all of a sudden we're talking about flights that are 10 minutes long, we have an operational sort of angle in the touchdown process. We have Ampere here, who's developing a hybrid, which could easily sort of do that 10 minutes electrically and have all the reserves covered by thermal, and like by sort of like combining all this and just, getting together, flying over, seeing what it looks like, buying a plane and just going for it. That is, I think, the power of being here, and also like that should sort of be the next step in, at least for me, and like hopefully for us, maybe like it's the next step walking away from here, as in, let's just take all the things that are already happening, and just like put that into practice, right? Just get it out there. I mean, there's also a lot of stuff we have to wait for. I get it, right? But there's also so much we can already just do, and then we're, acting ourselves into a different way of thinking, and that's very powerful.
Super, super. Michael, as we said at the beginning of this, hopefully this is the platform within the DCCA. This is not a dual get to the conclusions and everything is set in stone. We're just starting. It's a process. There's a lot of wonder. There's a lot of questioning, uncertainties. But from your perspective, what would you encourage to be 3 main next steps?
I think the biggest next step, and I'm very pleased that I'm here with my colleague from the airport in St. Martin. We started talking about it last night. What is Win Air's next step to participate in this? Because we need the help of all the people in St. Martin. Regional traffic or regional airline business is different in the Northern Caribbean than it is in the Southern Caribbean. It's a whole different thing. But we need to, the first and the most important step is to have these big grand meetings are great and fantastic. And again, I thank you all for inviting us. But we need to have smaller ones between myself, or not just myself, my team, the team of Princess Juliana, the team from Seoul, who provides the fuel. How are we going to do this? Because when Peggy first asked me about this, I sat at my computer and I wrote 4 pages of why we can't do this. And I think I threw it out after I sent it to her. I should have hit delete before I did. But it's opened my eyes. We should do this. But for me, the biggest step is now to get with Brian and the different teams that support us and say, what can we do? Of course, we can't. I really like the presentation on the fuel. But no one's got $470 million to make biofuel, which might be an easy answer. But what can we do together? And that's the first and probably the most important thing that Win Air and I think my colleagues from St. Martin will go back and we'll start talking about this and building up, not a hype, because the hype in the market, legacy carriers get options. You've seen, I don't know if you've seen it, American Airlines, where I worked for 20-some years, they put options on 100 of these electric planes. They're not going to buy them. But it's just maybe it's a conscious thing. Continental bought 50 first, so American said, I'm going to buy 100. But they haven't committed to it because the planes aren't developed. Yeah. But I think we can do this, take these first steps together with our partners and see what can we do, utilize our equipment the most, what's possible, what's not. And that, to me, is the most important first step, and then second steps and third will come out of these meetings that Brian and I have already talked about and will happen in St. Martin, and we encourage you to do it in the southern, in the ABC Islands. We think it would be, and we're sure that's going to happen. So those are important first steps, because what kind of airplane are we getting? What are we going to do? We don't even know yet. Is it fully electric airplanes? Is it hybrid? Are they fuel cells? Are they hydrogen? Are they biofuels? But we need to start talking about it and planning and what's possible. And start, it's little steps. That's what we want to achieve.
Absolutely. Teun, in the last minute that we have, just some thoughts from you, taking all the information, digesting it, and for you, what would be a good next step?
Yeah, I think a good next step for us, what we would love to do to make this very, very tangible is to, sit down with the likes of Michael and, like airports involved, and just, sort of see, hey, like what is it, coming back to my previous point, what's already here, like what can we come up with in a 1-hour meeting that is actionable when we walk out of this meeting, right? Because I think thinking about it in that sense, we force ourselves to make this very tangible, and that is again, I think very, very powerful, because it's an easy way to get people excited. It's an easy way to show others who aren't in this room, like second or third or fourth degree separated from this, to sort of show them what's happening, like get them involved, and that's eventually, I think, how we're gonna make this successful. Is it's not just about the innovation, it's not about the new technology, it's about the adoption of that technology, and we need to create demand bottom up, and we only do that by showing the world what's possible, and what a better place to show the world what's possible than right here in the Caribbean.
Thank you so much. I believe we're at the end of our session, but I'm sure there's some questions.
I like eggs and chicken.
They're both good protein sources.
Would like Peggy to.
The only thing is that this whole seminar, or the whole 4 days, are a chicken and the egg. What do you do first? Do you develop the aircraft? So there's a lot of angles.
Well, if I might, when we talked about this, this panel, the chicken or the egg, we always have the chicken or egg discussion in our businesses. I know I do all the time. People want me to fly more to a place, or my company to fly more. I say, no, you need more customers first. And then they say, no, it's the chicken or the egg. You need to provide me with the service. So I found, and I agree with Peggy, that the premise of looking at things conventionally like chicken and egg is stifling to the process. Which was why we took a different approach to talk about things as to, how we look at things, and, get on board the train and start with, because I did the chicken and egg thing when I typed up that thing and sent it to her, and, we can't do this because of regulatory stuff and the civil aviation and ICAO and, general aviation we can't use for experiments, not experiments, but we should not start with them because of the more affluent. So there was a whole lot of chicken and egg scenarios, and I agreed with Peggy that we go this route to share, our commitment to this process, and that we, get on the train, so to speak, and start to look at what's possible. Because if we stand back, nothing will happen. We'll all go back to our respective islands, and I'll get a phone call from Bonaire. When are you coming? You should fly. And I go, well, no, there's no money there for me. I'm not going to go because I am a profit-driven. My shareholders demand pretty much that I make money. So that's the chicken and the egg thing, because I'm going to say to the new director from Bonaire, I'm not coming to your island until you can fill my planes. And he goes, well, you should come and you will fill the plane. And I go, well, that's the chicken and the egg.
Yeah. So I see some questions on the screen here, and the first one from Jurjen de Jong. At Michael, what would be your ideal electric plane?
One that is STOL, short takeoff and landing. I do fly to some of the shortest runways in the world. I have 1,200 feet of usable runway in Saba. I have 1,400 feet in St. Bart's. We operate 30 flights a day to St. Bart's. So I go in and out of there. I'm learning about electric airplanes, as you all are. They're quite heavy because of the batteries in them. So what would be the effect of the heavy landings on the aircraft? The regulatory things, our colleagues at Civil Aviations and ICAO, they know the process, and they help airlines like Win Air get through it and say, Michael, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do that. But short takeoff and landing, reinforced or somehow get over the weight to load ratio would be ideal, and we'd like to start with that. And we're not designers of aircraft, but my pilots anywhere, have a wealth of knowledge to say, listen, the performance of the plane has to be this, because I fly to St. Kitts and I fly there. So we need to start talking with, not manufacturers, but with people. What do you want in a perfect electric plane?
Yeah.
Or a hybrid plane, or whatever it is you want to do it with?
Yeah. Thanks, Michael. The next question, again for you. Michael Ampere is working on a hybrid twin otter. Is this an option for you?
We would look at it, of course. You know, it's, you know, I lease otters, and the person I lease them from is also working on electrification and what's going on. In fact, we have a plane in the shop right now that he's redoing for us, and he's looking at what's the possibility. We lease aircraft. Most airlines do lease aircraft. It's a better way to do it.
Yeah.
So the decision of what, you know, having our planes equipped with some type of system has to come from the actual owners of the aircraft. But we would certainly look at it. We're interested in it, but we, you know, it needs to be certified for commercial use, and it needs to go the ICAO and the civil aviation process before we could even get to the point of when they come with a product that's available to go, or if they want our advice, we would certainly give it. But it's a ways away. I've seen a lot of, there's ones from Germany, there's one from the States, there's several of them. They're all options, but we need to explore them.
Thank you, Michael. Then we have Gideon Isinda. Okay. What else besides an MOU would you suggest to the governments in the Kingdom of the Netherlands to make sustainable air service possible within the kingdom? Michael, would you volunteer some words of wisdom on this one?
Well, money.
Okay.
It is going to cost money. I mean, let's get right to it. And you know, the startup costs are going to be, it's an investment in the future, and it's an investment for the people, you know, in the Caribbean, because affordable air transportation, sustainable air transportation is not synonymous with the Dutch kingdom, so to speak. Everybody wants it. All the islands want it. So, but it's going to take a lot of work and investment, and we need to figure out who's going to make it, because an airline can't do it on its own, an airport can't do it on its own, a government can't do it on its own. We need to figure out a way to do it, to make it work, and we're not alone with wanting more flights, cheaper flights, and less carbon in the atmosphere. So that's the goal we all share. So getting there, we need to work on together.
Okay. Thanks, Michael. I believe now Susan Ampere is taking orders. 9-seat Eco Caravans will be certified by 2024 and 19-seat Eco Otters available by 2025. Which one, how many would you like? And this sounds like a direct sales pitch.
I was hoping to sell Win Air. I mean, I want you all to buy tickets, and I didn't want it to sound like a commercial, you know, because I really like that side of the business. You know, selling what we do is one of my passions. I drive my sales team crazy because I'm always in there. And reservations, those are the money makers in an airline. But as far as acquisition of aircraft, to be very honest, I need to find out what it's all about. I have a supervisory board of directors, and I have shareholders that any business case of acquisition of assets is not above my pay grade, but they rely on me to bring it to them, and I must seek their approval to do so. I do not have the authority to say, that's a great airplane, I'm going to buy one. I do have the authority to take it kind of upstairs and say, look, I fully support it, and they rely on me to tell them what I think after I learn about a lot. I need to learn a lot more about electric airplanes, but we do have shareholders. We have a supervisory board. Anyone who's in the Dutch kingdom is pretty familiar with that, and you know, it's something that we're interested in, we're looking at, but we do need to you know, make a business case for this model.
It's nice to know also there's different options in the business out there, so I'm sure you will be looking forward to having more conversations. Steun?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, in the last 10 seconds, I had a shareholder meeting with myself, and I'll just order the planes. So that's, you know, that is, we'll have 5 if you can deliver. That's
Good. Next question. Angeline, United Airlines announced their very ambitious plans for SAF and fleet electrification. Do you believe this will push other major legacy carriers to do the same?
It has. It already has. American announced shortly after United did the acquisition of 100 business jets with about a 50-seat capacity that's still on the drawing board. They haven't even made them. And they've committed to options on that airplane. But an option is you must produce a viable, feasible aircraft before I even start to exercise it. So it's, but it is creating a buzz, or I don't know what you want to call it. People are getting interested in it and thinking, hey, this is the way to go. So you do have the big legacy carriers, not only in North America. I believe there's 1 or 2 in Europe that are also considering or have invested monies into reduced emissions in air services.
We're having an amazing time here in the lounge, but I wanted to just see how we're doing on time, because the conversation can go on and on and on. But is anybody? Hey, Larissa. I'm sorry? Oh, the end. Okay. I think that sums it up.
Looks like you're right on time. Okay. So yes, we have reached our end of our minutes available for this panel. Let's give our panelists and also Peggy a big round of applause for taking us into this conversation. Mashadanki, gentlemen. And
Thank
also
you,
Peggy, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we've had a great morning so far. We have a longer lunch break today, and I heard that we have also a varied menu. We have some chicken and vegetables and rice. We have something really delicious prepared for you. So please take your time to refresh, enjoy a delicious lunch, perhaps a little bit more questions and networking outside, and we will restart the program back at 1. Enjoy lunch.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you. With sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley Van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington Van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. Then when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley Van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington Van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell on 1980. Never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most lasting travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gen might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Stacia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Stacia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Stacia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Stacia.
My name is Michelle Woodley Van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington Van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye, all the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's marine park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley Van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington Van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin, Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley Van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington Van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley Van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington Van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell on 1980. Never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley Van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington Van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. In a few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history. Once inside the quill, just rely on your senses. This island, the Golden Rock, theater of archaeological excavations and underwater exploration, a silent witness of events from the 17th century. Stories are hidden, well hidden. More than travel, more than an experience, a connection. Statia is an adventure through time, one of the rare places in the world that leaves a deep imprint on you, with sounds, music, 1,000 pictures in your head, a spectacular show that started centuries ago. Now it is your time to experience the legend that is Statia.
My name is Michelle Woodley Van Putten. My dad, for the past 44 years, was ringing the bell and hoisting the flag here. It's something that I love doing. I will continue to do it as long as I'm granted the opportunity to do so.
Stanley Wellington Van Putten, 1980, hoist the flag and ring the bell. On 1980, never was late, never was sick. Bye-bye. All the best.
Welcome to my St. Martin, sweet St. Martin land, a land of gastronomical delight, a culture filled with passion and rhythm and color and texture. This is St. Martin, my sweet St. Martin. Welcome to the friendly island, sweet St. Martin land.
Sweet St. Martin land, your home away from home. Your memories created here are timeless. Until we meet again, my island awaits you with open arms.
I think you have heard this before. It's not about the destination, but it's all about the journey. As Curacao Airport partners, we believe that the destination is the most important part, but how you get there truly matters. This is why we have made your experience our priority. Curacao has a very promising future, and we will continue to do our part to make certain that the full potential of the airport is achieved. We aim to further develop Curacao International Airport to become one of the most pleasant travel experiences in the Caribbean. It is our duty to be a gateway to the world and to connect people with their dreams, purpose, and future. But above all, it's our objective to connect people with each other.
It feels different here. I feel different here. I mean, I had the best sleep of my life last night. Okay, the cactus gin might have helped. But it's true. There's something special about this place. There's a warmth, a genuineness here. Like the people can't wait for you to discover what they've known their whole life. That when you take care of nature, nature returns the favor. We wandered around yesterday, just wandered. I haven't wandered anywhere in years. few days, I'll leave this island. I just hope this island never leaves me.
Once upon a time, there was an island, a mysterious and pure one. There is a whisper in the wind that the present and past are intertwined. A past still felt in the atmosphere, not far away. A harmony preserved by mystery and the unknown. An enchanted melody where every note brings us back to a turbulent past. If you pay attention, you can hear of historic exploits of years gone by. The blue bead has a strong connection with the island of St. Eustatius. It is said that a long time ago, a blue bead was given to slaves as a wage. Legend has it that once slavery was abolished in 1863, slaves broke their blue bead chains and threw the beads in the ocean. You don't find this symbol of freedom. It is the blue bead that finds you. And once you possess one, you will always come back to Statia. An incredible biodiversity can be found in Statia's Marine Park. An amazing underwater world, full of life, of history.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue now with our program. So for those who are in the back, everybody take your seats, and we're going to wait as well for the rest of our audience that's outside to join us. Did everybody enjoy the lunch, the Caribbean rice and the chicken? Did you enjoy it? Yes? It was good, right? Angeline made it. I'm not sure that's true. We'll double check that, Angeline, but okay. Great that you guys enjoyed the lunch and you got re-energized so we can continue with the second part of our last day right here at the Flight into the Future conference. And we're going to continue with the program. On day 3 of A Flight into the Future, we held an inter-island workshop, and today Rutger Boom will lead us into the results of this workshop. Mr. Boom is the founding partner of RCFA, Reliant Corporate Finance and Accountancy, a boutique financial advisory and accountancy firm that started in 2010 and that now has 35 employees in Aruba and Suriname. Rutger Boom is in charge of the corporate finance department of RCFA and focuses on the financial advisory of medium-sized and large-sized companies as well as government entities. So let's give a warm welcome to Rutger Boom.
Bon tardi, everybody. Thank you for having me today. You know, ever since I was a small boy, I love puzzles, right? Whether it's 3 pieces, probably when I started, 100 pieces, 200 pieces, 1,000 pieces, I just love making them. And when I started working at Ernst & Young in the accountancy when I was 18, you know, actually those 2-dimensional pictures changed towards more 3-dimensional questions, but they're still puzzles, right? Whether a financial statement is accurate, gives a true and fair view of the financial position of a company, that's a question, but it's also a puzzle. You need to solve that. After that, when I switched to KPMG and also entered corporate finance, and what I'm currently doing as a corporate finance advisor, we had different type of questions. Would a business be feasible? How much is a business worth? Is this a good company to acquire? Those are all puzzles. And sometimes you learn that in order to solve a puzzle, you know, you need to have a team. You cannot do it yourself. There's a lot of aspects to many of those questions, and you don't have the expertise on each and every one of them. And this is a perfect example, because there's a difficult question, and the question is, although it might seem simple, how much should a round trip between Aruba and Curacao cost? Pretty simple question, right? Well, the answer is more complex. And during the workshop last Tuesday, we discussed our findings on that question, our pieces of the puzzle that we identified. We discussed it with a very enthusiastic group. We got a lot of feedback, a lot of input, and that's fine. And you don't always need to agree on certain aspects. And we need to learn from each other. We need to learn which pieces of the puzzle exist, because when you start, you might not even know that. So take a second and think about it for yourself. How much should a round trip Aruba-Curacao cost? It's about 113 kilometers, it's 70 miles, it's 30 minutes. How much do you think it should cost? It might depend on how much you are able to spend. It might depend on how badly you want to get to Curacao in this example. So the people in the workshop, rightfully in my opinion, they indicated, yeah, whatever the price needs to be, right, it needs to be cheaper than flying from Aruba to Miami. Because for a very long period of time, that flight that's about more than 10 times further than Curacao was cheaper than flying to Curacao. Same goes from Aruba, Colombia, Medellin. It's about $150 to fly there, right? Why are those expenses cheaper than flying to Curacao? How can we explain that to the local population? So, why is that question so important for Caribbean islands? Why? Because if you live in the States, for example, you live in Orlando, and you want to travel to your family in Tampa, you can pay $18 for a train ticket, round trip, right? If you live in the Netherlands, and you want to go from Rotterdam to Amsterdam, you can take your car, right? You can take a train, you can take a bus, you can get there in different ways. And why do we travel? Why do locals travel? They travel for business. They travel for concerts. the islands are limited in size, so there's not always much to do. So if there's something nearby, you want to go there. We travel for sporting events. We want to stimulate our children that they participate in sport, are competitive, participate in events throughout the Caribbean. We might travel for medical reasons. Or we might travel to visit our friends and celebrate whatever's happening in their life. We might travel for education. We travel for tourism, and most importantly, we travel for family, right? And you need to be able to do those things, because if you can't afford it, you're not very happy, right? You wanna see your son play at a soccer game or a baseball game in Curacao when he finally got there. You want to go to that concert. You want to celebrate the wedding of friends. So let's look at the past. In 1935, it's a long time ago, this advertisement shows what the current price level at that time was. It was about 36 florins, about $20. I like to see that as a new target, but it might not be completely realistic. Because we all know inflation, right? So if we look at $20 today, that would be more or less $400 in today's prices. Now, that's a bit too much, right? If we look at the current prices, the current price is $250 per person for a round trip. It's the cheapest one that we could find. And it's more or less the same for the three airlines that we looked at. Now, $250, if you travel with your family, you know, 4 people, it's $1,000. You still have to rent a car, buy food. You might have to stay in a hotel. Yeah, that sets you back quite a bit. And maybe for a vacation budget, that might be all right. But you're not traveling for vacation. We're traveling to visit our family. We're traveling for that sporting event, right? So people don't have those budgets available. So in order to solve the question, how much should it be, how much could it be, right, we need to look at some of the pieces of the puzzle. And we start with some background, history, and statistics that we found. Those are the easy pieces to find. So if you look at the past, we see quite a challenging landscape for airlines flying between Aruba and Curacao. We see Dutch Antilles Express between 2005 and 2013. We see Jara Air 2006, 2013, Insel Air 2006, 2017, and Aruba Airlines basically also 2006, 2017, because since then they're not flying regularly anymore. So 2017, a lot happened. It had to do with the Venezuela crisis, with the dollar tourism, and the airlines didn't get paid. But what happened after that? The current airlines are DV Air, February 2018. They jumped into the vacuum that occurred because of the other airlines basically going bankrupt. Win Air started in July 2018. It's currently not operating temporarily. We have Easy Air that started in February 2019. And we have Jet Air that just started in July 2022. And when I see this, right, I see 4 airlines. It's quite a simple trip, right? Why do we need 4 airlines? It looks inefficient to me. I love competition because competition brings out the best in companies, normally, right? It brings out the best service, it brings out the best prices. But why are the prices so high then, still? So it actually all started with this graph. And this information was provided by the airport. And it shows the outbound travelers from Aruba to the Dutch Caribbean. And what we see is that, you know, over a long period of time, since 2000, the average of the outbound travelers from Aruba to the Dutch Caribbean was about 100,000 persons. But after the things happened with the larger airlines, you know, around 2016-17, you see the volume of passengers decrease quite a bit. During those 3 years, the average was 72,000 passengers. Of course, then COVID affected all of us. And right now we forecast that we're back to 54,000 passengers. But that's still quite a bit below what we think that, you know, what the historical average was of about 100,000 persons, and even going up to 133,000 persons. So the airport says, what do we need to do in order to get back to those number of travelers? That's our target range, right? What do we need to do? So let's look at a little bit more statistics. We have weekly flight schedules. We have 62 flights per week at the moment, which comes down to 1,748 seats per week. If you compare that to the period 2012, where we had 5,116 seats, we see that the number of seats per week decreased with 66%, right? That's quite a bit of seats. So you would expect that all airplanes would be full, that the load factors would be really high. But if we look at the load factors, we see that the load factors vary more or less between the 60 and the 70%, which for those of you that are in airline business know that is a very low percentage. It's almost an unsustainable percentage. The average for September 2022 year to date was 67.8%. Now, just for comparison purposes, if you compare that to the other destinations, you see that on average we had 83% load factors, so how full the planes are, right? So you can see that the Dutch Caribbean, even though we have much less seats than we had in the past, has a very low load factors. And that screams inefficiency to me, right? Because if your planes are not full, it means that in order to survive, you need to pass over the cost of the empty seats. You need to pass it over to the other paying passengers. From a market share perspective, DVD Air had about 60% of the market, also flies the most often, the most frequently, as the most number of flights per day. And we have Easy Air, and we have Win Air, and we have Jet Air. Jet Air is not really representative because they just started in July 2022. So what is happening? What is happening from one side on the market side, and what is happening at the airline side? And we start with the first. We start with the market. So we carried out a survey and requested Business IQ to carry out that survey for us in the airport in order to gain an understanding on how ticket prices affect volume and what other aspects are relevant on this particular route. So that survey was done online through Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp during a period of about 5 days. And because it was done online, it's likely that it affected a little bit the generation buildup of the persons that completed the survey. The baby boomers and silent generation was a little bit underrepresented, while the millenniums and Gen X were a little bit overrepresented. But nevertheless, with 460 completed surveys, we believe that's a statistically relevant number for this particular route. Those are for local residents, and we had 245 surveys completed at the check-in counter of Aruba Airport amongst tourists. You can see that the generation there is more representative. And we had 46 repeat guest visitors and 54 first-time visitors. So local residents, how many trips have you taken in the past 12 months? 20% answered no, which was actually lower than what we would have expected. It might be that the persons filling in the survey are more interested in traveling because they travel. But at least 20% did not travel. Between 1 and 4 persons, between 1 and 4 trips was 67%, 9% travel between 5 and 10, and 4% more than 10. And how many trips have you taken to the Dutch Caribbean? So from the ones that did take trips, 45 plus 4 plus 2, it's about 51% answered we traveled to the Dutch Caribbean. All right, so you can already see that there's quite a high demand for the Dutch Caribbean because a lot of the people flew there the last year. So for local residents, why did you travel, right? 65% traveled for leisure purposes, and 13% traveled for business, and 21% for business and leisure combined. And the stay-over tourists, of course, traveled more for leisure purposes, 89%, and the rest for business or a mix of that. So if you traveled for leisure, why did you travel? Right? We wanted to check that it's indeed true that locals visit the islands not for tourism, but for other purposes. So 86%, and they could check multiple options. So 86% indicated we travel for family. And then it comes back again. If you have an aunt somewhere in Amsterdam and you live in Rotterdam, you can easily get there, but now we have to fly. 59% indicated for music events, 48% for festivals or other cultural activities, 44% for celebrations, 27% for sporting events, 22% for education, and so on. Stay-over tourists, besides the obvious for having sun, sand, and beaches, they would also like to travel for music events and festivals and also to visit family. So we asked the people in the survey, what are the factors influencing your travel frequency? What would make you travel more often? Not surprisingly, airfare price was the number one criteria to travel more frequently. It was surprisingly that airport facilities and services scored the lowest. People basically indicated, we don't care that much. It doesn't impact our travel, whether we have perfect airport facilities or not. And we had some other, like interest in destination is a little bit low here on number 6, because locals, they already know the islands, right? So it's not a reason to go there anymore. If we look at tourists, we see actually the same as the most important, airfare price, and we see airport facilities and services also scoring the lowest. Interest in the destination here scores a little bit higher because it's a new island. You know, they want to explore the island. So during our workshop, we wanted to trigger the airports a little bit, right? So we asked the following question. Considering airport facilities is the least important factor influencing travel frequency, should airports focus on more basic facilities in order to limit fees? Do we really need beautiful airports, high ceilings, a lot of glass, if that raises the price? Right? I don't think the airports were too happy with that question, but it's a relevant question. So the feedback from the workshop, tourists might indicate that it's the least important, but we should not forget it's their first and last impression of our country. True, right? Because it's the first and last impression of our country, and we want to make an impact. The definition of basic airport facilities has changed throughout the years. Free Wi-Fi, charging stations for cell phones, certain levels of comfort, etc., all contribute to the fact that it's becoming expensive. Generally, the participants favored a much simpler, separate facility for short trips between islands, potentially offer a more basic facility, which might justify a lower airport fee. So let's separate the local traffic between the islands, put that in a separate, simpler facility in order to have lower fees. But does that actually make sense? It would depend on the airport, right? If we have a lot of overcapacity right now, why would we build something new that increases cost? If we have still the capacity, it should just flow through the current facilities because it's cheaper than building something new. Now, if an airport would be at its time that it would expand, then you might want to consider building something simpler for these kinds of trips. Traveling should be made more efficient, easier, less waiting times. And I get back to that point in a second. And airports might be able to offer discounts to locals. And they're already doing that. There's not much structure in it, but airport facility fees are sometimes lower towards Bonaire and Curaçao than they are to other destinations. So how likely are you to travel to the Dutch Caribbean in the next 12 months? Both tourists and locals indicated likely, which also shows a very high demand for the Dutch Caribbean islands. Now, to which countries, to which islands do you want to visit? Are you interested in visiting? Bonaire scored very high with 89%, Curaçao 88%, and it was the same actually for locals and stay-over tourists. Sint Maarten, there was a little bit more difference. Bonaire surprised us a little bit because there are no direct flights between Aruba and Bonaire, but there's a pretty high demand for that destination. So how would the below travel times influence your likelihood to travel to the Dutch Caribbean? Locals indicated, we don't care that much about the time, we just want to get there, we want to get to our family. Tourists indicated, no, we're very interested. Well, between 120 minutes and 45 minutes, we see the likelihood that it would impact their traveling increase from 2, towards the very unlikely, towards 3.6, which is more in the likely scheme of things. So that means that if we want to target tourists, we need to create an efficient structure in order to, and it's logical, right? Because if you're on vacation, you have limited time available, and you want to get to places quickly. On a scale of 1 to 10, how interested would you be to taking day trips to other Dutch Caribbean islands? Locals are interested. They want to go and come back, do whatever celebration they have, sporting events, and come back. Stay-over visitors are less interested, logical, because they want to explore the islands more. Now, how would a 100% seamless digital experience at the airport increase your likelihood of travel to the Dutch Caribbean? And both locals and stay-over visitors indicated likely, which means, hey, we do care about the airport facilities, right? Because if we have a seamless digital experience, if the whole flow is more efficient, I would be more likely to start traveling or to travel more often. Makes sense, because everybody hates standing in line, the whole process and all. But it means also that airports, if they want to facilitate the travel, need to fully, well, not fully, but very much focus on this area. Now, the question, how would traveling in a sustainable, environmentally friendlier manner impact the likelihood of travel? I was a little bit afraid of showing you this page. It's actually neutral. But does that mean anything? It actually doesn't mean that much, right? Because it doesn't impact their travel likelihood. They don't care. That's not true. It's not the right word. It doesn't impact their likelihood or the frequency of traveling, because they just want to get where they need to go for vacation or meeting families. They either way need to get there, right? Now, that's not the question that if they have a choice about a more sustainable way, more environmentally friendlier way that is a little bit more expensive, they might still choose that. But the fact itself does not increase demand. Now, this is one of the most important slides. And this shows at which price level locals would be willing to buy a ticket between Aruba and Curaçao or to Bonaire. So we see that 13% answered $440. Quite a bit too high. Might be business travelers. But we see that at the current price level of around $247, we see that we have a demand of around 33%. 33% of the people surveyed consider traveling at that price level. Well, if we decrease it by 33% to $165, the price, we see that the demand increases to 67%. And that's a huge impact. Meaning that with a 33% decrease in price, we increase our volume with 100%. Now that's pretty relevant data, right? Because remember, our target zone for the number of passengers was to double it from 52 to 100,000 travelers per year. So we need to get to that price range of 165. Tourists almost indicated the same, although their price curve is a little bit different. At $247, 29% indicated, yeah, we will be willing to travel. And at $165, 52% will be willing to travel. That's almost double as well. But it really started at $137, where you see 76% of the people interested. So what you can take out of that is that there's a tremendous price elasticity on the price and demand curve, so to speak. And normally, if you would have price increase with 10%, demand would drop with 10%, then you have a ratio of 1. As you can see in the graph, the ratios for locals are well above 3, which indicates a very strong response to pricing. For stayover visitors, the elasticity is a little bit different. You see numbers there under 1, which means that they're less price sensitive than locals would be if prices become more expensive. So that brought us to another workshop question. Could price differentiation be used between stayover visitors and local residents? Not unique, happens all over the island, right? Locals get special rates for restaurants and for other activities. So. Feedback from the workshop. Might not be possible as per IATA guidelines, and that's correct. We checked it, it goes against IATA guidelines. However, there are many examples online that it does happen. Qantas, Virgin, Iberia, they all have different price levels for locals and non-locals. So it's possible, it's just a matter of explaining to IATA why this is so important for the local community. Certain airline companies incentivize travelers with specials and or points for frequent flying. Why is this not done? I think Ryan Peterson, who spoke on the stage as well, also indicated in the past you could have a ticket and you could travel 1 month wherever you wanted to go, or for a complete year wherever you wanted to go. But then it was mentioned that offering discounts might be difficult because, you know, these airline companies are pretty vulnerable at the moment financially. So if we would decrease their revenues, it might even further impact them. But it might not be the case. If we switch pricing from tourists to locals, well, the total revenue more or less stays the same. Easier solution might be to reduce airport taxes for locals. But it's easier, but is it fair, right? Or should all parties come together, right? Should airports, airlines, even the government maybe, come together and solve this problem to reduce prices? So the key takeaways from the survey was locals travel for a variety of reasons, but mostly to visit family and to participate in events. The main influencing factor for travel frequency is airfare pricing, and airport facilities are the least important. There's a high travel demand from Aruba for Bonaire, Curaçao, and St. Martin. Travel times are not important for local residents, but are for stay-over visitors. A seamless digital experience at the airport has a higher impact on demand than sustainable transportation. And both local and stay-over demand would increase with 100% in case prices decrease with 33% to about $165. At the same time, stay-over visitors are less price sensitive for upward price movements. So we have identified our target. Now in the pricing, we need to get to $165 on average. And bear in mind, if you have that as an average price, with different prices at different time slot, you might also go under that price level. So we looked at the aircraft performance and economics. Now, we are not aircraft or airline experts. It's a very special business. So we asked an expert in the field, Dcca Aviation Advisory Services. I believe Jairo was here also yesterday on the panel, to assist us in calculating the cost of the current fleet of airplanes, of some future airplanes like electric airplanes, and to assist us with the calculation of fuel expenses per trip, maintenance, ownership cost. And we assisted again with local price levels of fuel, salary levels, etc. So if we look at the active fleet, we see the Saab 340, we see a twin otter, we see the ADR 42-300, we see a Fokker 70, right? Those are the 4 planes that fly between the islands. And for comparison purposes, we compared them to the Bombardier Q400, the ADR 72-600, and the A320neo. Why those? They're at least the 2 ones on top. They're larger props, so in theory they would be more efficient on smaller distances. They have less fuel consumptions, they're very efficient engines. They're relatively low in maintenance compared to the current aircrafts in use. And potentially we can reach higher load factors. So if we break down the cost of a one-way trip per person from Aruba to Curaçao on average, we see that costs about $103. And that $103 includes airport-related costs like passenger facility charges. Is that the total cost for the airline company? No, because they have marketing expenses, they have overhead expenses, they have other expenses that are very different per airline. And those we don't know, but we do know these expenses. So we know that's $103. If we compare that to the larger cost-efficient aircraft, we see that a price level of $79 can be reached. That's a 23% saving, and that comes down to approximately $50 for a round trip between the islands. And that's quite a bit of a percentage on the total ticket price. I don't think it's hard to believe either, right? I mean, it could be off slightly, left to the right. But, I mean, by introducing larger airplanes on this route, having more economies of scale, is it really so weird that we would have 23% savings? I don't think so. I think this makes perfect sense. What does happen is if you introduce larger planes, you need to fly less frequently, right? Rather than flying 9 to 11 times a day, you can start flying 3 to 4 times a day. And that's also where a large portion of your cost savings come from. And if you have a really large plane like the A320, then you only need to fly 1 time a day. That's not realistic, right? That's not a good connection. So the workshop question was, what is more important, number of flights or pricing? So the feedback from the workshop was, pricing is more important, however, with a minimum number of flights. Timing of flights matter, of course, distribute flights along the day. For example, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and maybe 1 at night. So an average of 3 to 4 flights would actually be sufficient on this route if we can transport everybody. So why do we have to choose between the two? Can't we fly with smaller, more efficient planes more often and reach the same pricing results? Yeah, not right now, according to our industry expert. We might do that in the future when the first or the second generation of electric planes start to pop up. Then it might be the cost advantages that we might have. It might be sufficient to start with smaller planes and fly more often again. So why not use more sophisticated pricing differentiation between prices during the day? Are we doing sufficiently with the prices at this moment? Because if we look at the prices, they're still pretty stable, regardless of which time of day it is. So more sophisticated price differentiation between prices during the day, like for example on Monday morning business flights, right? Make those more expensive. Introduce baggage fees, which now the baggage is more or less included in the prices. If we exclude that, we might attract more locals and have the tourists again pay because they would normally travel with more luggage. And those lower prices would also generate more demand and increase the low load factors that we currently have. We also looked at the battery electric vehicles that are about to hit the market, the 9 and 19 seaters. Those calculations are a little bit more theoretical, but our aviation expert believes that those price levels will, with the first generation, be more or less the same as the current inefficient fleet. But it doesn't make it the most efficient solution for this time, because that's still the larger, more fuel-efficient plane. However, in the future, potentially, when jet fuel cost starts to increase, there might be CO2 charges towards fuel. Electricity for this type of aviation might decrease. Battery might become more efficient. Then the cost will decrease. And they might become more or less in line, around 2030, with the current larger, efficient planes. However, that doesn't mean that we don't need to do something right now. It doesn't mean we need to wait. Because if we switch over to the ADR 72-600 in this example, and I'm sure there are many other planes that would fit this criteria as well, right? We can already save 2,000 tons of CO2 per year. And that also contributes to sustainability. It's not exactly where we want to be yet, but it's a realistic target. So if we look at it from a ticket pricing perspective, we see the same elements again building up. We have the ownership cost, the maintenance, fuel energy, we have the crew cost, we have inefficient load factors, and we added the profit and overhead, because as we know the pricing of the tickets, we can calculate back to what the profit and overhead needs to be. Now, we actually don't think there's a lot of profit. I think most of it goes away towards marketing expenses and overhead expenses. But the total for the airlines would be around $168. Added to that is the airport-related cost, which is almost $80 on this route, which brings us to the average price of $247. That's 32% of the total ticket price. And if we would choose to fly with the larger, more efficient planes, and we have that $50 cheaper ticket price, the subtotal for the airlines would be around $110, but we will still have, a little bit less, $78 in airport-related cost, which brings the ticket price to $187. Still not where we want to be, right? And that would be 41% at that time of ticket price. So our question to the workshop was, what would a fair amount or percentage be of airport taxes for short and almost domestic flights? And the feedback was, airports have large fixed cost operations, and not all airports in the Dutch Caribbean have the same percentage of local travelers. And that's very important. If you want to do something about the airport cost, we need to admit and agree with each other that each airport is different. For Aruba, the traffic volumes is currently 5%. From a revenue perspective, probably even lower, right? So decreasing it with 50% wouldn't be that much. But maybe for Bonaire or Curacao, which they have more flights between the islands, that portion of their revenue might be much higher, so the impact would be much higher for them. So we need to start working together as airports, respect each other's differences, and use a more holistic approach for the benefit, in the end, of final pricing. There are currently no lower airport costs for electric aircrafts, so we might introduce that in the future to stimulate that kind of transportation. Airports should consider other airport-related costs as well, such as waiving or reducing parking or landing fees. Look at the big picture, the total picture, not only at passenger facility charges. And airports should consider how they can play a role in stimulating the inter-island connectivity, creative solutions, and not only the pricing part. So that also means that seamless digital experience that we already discussed. If we manage to reduce the passenger facility charges, the airport cost, with 50%, this would be the picture. Right? And why 50%? Why did we randomly pick 50%? Well, because our target is to double traffic. And if we double traffic and we have 50% of the revenue, twice the half is still 1, right? We would end up with the same revenue. So we now go with the larger, more efficient planes to $110 plus 38 would be $150. That's $100 below the prices that we have today. Now, that's a nice story, right? That's a beautiful number. We arrived at our target, but today is called reality check. So will this happen? Probably not. Why not? Because airlines are not only afraid of this route, because look at the history. Can you blame them? It's also very hard to get funding for these planes, to get the right equipment in place, because the banks also see what happened on this route in the past. So they will be very reluctant to provide you with the liquidity that you need in order to start flying these larger planes. And if you do, there might be another one that will also start with the same plane. And then we're back to square one, right? We still have 50% load factors at that point. So, yeah, I cannot blame them for not, maybe they already know this, but they're just not, ready to do that. Maybe somebody else would step in the market with a lot of deep pocket and compete everybody out of the market. Is that what we want? No, because then we end up maybe with an interruption of the traffic between the islands. So it's not as simple as I show it to you today. Right? So what might be a solution for that? We looked at public service obligations, essential air services they're called in the States, and the PSO in Europe. And with the PSO, basically what governments do is they auction off or they tender that specific route in order to prevent too much competition. Now that sounds weird, right? Because we all want competition and price to be low, but it's not working. Because of the competition, we're not investing in the right equipment. So if we have a public service obligation in which we tender the route, in which one party or maybe two are awarded with that route, they will be, and against which price, because then the argument would be who would get the route is who can offer it against the best conditions, right? Who wins that route has a monopoly on that road, but it's government controlled at that point. So the cost price model reveals that the current aircraft in use bear a cost disadvantage of approximately $50. So let's try to have a PSO in place for those larger, more efficient planes and start tendering that. Now, how would that look? If we tender to 1 or 2 airline companies, 2 might increase competition. And if airlines are guaranteed a route for a certain period without the risk of competitors, they will be more likely to invest in the correct equipment. Lower marketing expenses can find its way towards pricing. You saw that overhead profit amount right now. If there's only one airline flying, they have to do less marketing, right? And that's expensive. Lowest prices to traveler as a result of the tender process are almost guaranteed and fixed for a certain period, except for the fuel component. Because if you tender it once every 5 years, the airline companies want to make sure that they have that route, so they will try to offer it against the lowest price possible. And we can have predetermined ratios in prices between high and low seasons, which means that people that now cannot afford Christmas tickets might actually be able to afford it in the future. Specify which airplanes to use, large, small, electric, fuel efficient. Based on industry specialist knowledge, the most efficient airplanes can be chosen in that tender process. Sustainability agendas can be pushed through periodic retendering. If the industry expert believes now is the right time to really start with electrifying, then tender that. That's the condition for the tender. Specify flight frequency. This would guarantee that sufficient airlift is always available. Travelers are guaranteed that there is sufficient airlift available without sudden or with less disruptions through airline bankruptcies. Subsidy through price differentiation. We could also indicate, you're allowed to charge different prices for different groups, considering that lower price elasticity. And we can look at the minimum service levels. Their contract might be dependent on the number of canceled flights, the average delays, etc. So even though it's a monopoly, it's a controlled monopoly in the interest of both the airline companies and the travelers. Because airlines will be less afraid. They're guaranteed this route. They can make better investment. They can make better calculations. They know better upfront what their load factors would be. Travelers have the benefit of having the lower price. So why not do this? So that's exactly what we asked the workshop. Should a PSO-ES-style system Dutch Caribbean routes be an advantage for both airline companies and travelers? Feedback from the workshop. The current airlines might be focused on the current market and should be made more aware of the market, that it can be enlarged if prices are reduced. Is it really an advantage to have a local carrier? Bailouts and subsidies can cost millions, as we have seen in the past on this route, to support the local carriers. If we have money available for that, why not use that as part of the PSO system in order to subsidize tickets? Also a possibility. It happens. It happens actually, I'm getting to that in a second. Aruba is already vulnerable as there is no local operator and would benefit from a PSO. We're already fully dependent on whoever wants to fly because Aruba doesn't have a local carrier right now. So it's not a real necessity. The 2-year public service obligation between the Macana ferry operator and Saba and Sint Eustatius and Sint Maarten is currently below cost, and with subsidy from the government, it's a huge success. They've seen a huge increase in demand for traveling because people could start to afford it, could start to visit their family more often. That was very important information. I didn't know that actually already happened in the Dutch Caribbean, so that was great input. And nobody in the workshop was against a PSO EAS system. Okay, that's great. So let's do it. So, concluding remarks, the 90 to 40-seater aircraft that are currently in use bear a cost disadvantage of about $50 per passenger than the more efficient planes. Changing to these planes would, however, reduce average daily frequency from around 9 flights per day to 3 to 4 flights per day. The first generation electric aircraft will not bring major cost benefits over the current small aircraft due to the high current electricity prices and expected battery performances. However, towards 2030, with lower cost renewable electricity, improved and cheaper batteries, and an airport incentive for electric aircraft, the estimated cost per passenger might be lower than the current larger 70-seaters, which will only see their passenger costs go up because of environmental measures. Changing to the larger, more efficient planes in the meantime would, however, immediately reduce the estimated CO2 emissions. Airports should work together in order to decrease the passenger charges for what can almost be considered to be domestic flights with at least 50%. Assuming this decrease and assuming larger, more efficient planes, the theoretical price for a round-trip Aruba-Curaçao could decrease from $250 to $150, $175. Based on the market survey, this would likely double the traffic levels, which means that airport revenues would stay the same. And if the market is unable to self-initiate, what we believe, the transition to more cost-efficient and cleaner operations, the respective governments may follow the example of public service obligation that other countries have been adopted for many years already. And this, in the end, should result in lower prices, less carbon emissions, and happy locals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rutger, for sharing with us the findings on the workshop. And we have questions from the audience as well. You can see them on the screen together with me. We have our first question says, seeing the data, can we expect more research being done on the other Caribbean islands to see if the correlation is similar to these results?
Yes, I think that would be another part of the puzzle that I started with. I think that's a great idea. We need to, test this data that we currently have, expand it a little bit, ask maybe some different questions in order to support the findings of this initial study. Yes.
Do you think a consortium between the existing operators based on their market share can be an option for the PSO?
Absolutely. If airlines start to cooperate together, maybe but with government oversight, because otherwise we will create monopolies that are not being controlled in this environment. I don't think that's a great idea. But if they can work together and we divide together the routes against efficient prices, yes, why not? Yes.
All right. And we have our last question. Would the larger aircraft that indeed are more efficient guarantee the current connectivity? Could a 70-seater offer flight every 90 minutes?
No, I don't think they will be flying 90 minutes. If we calculate it back to the number of flights, it would be 3 to 4 times per day. So that's much more than 90 minutes. Yes. But again, as the workshop also indicated, I think if you have flights in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and maybe one at night, then we should be able to transport everybody.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause once more. Up next, we will learn more about a research focused on sustainable aviation in small island developing states, with hopes of developing a sustainable aviation framework for the Caribbean. Dennis McCall is a 27-year-old air transport management PhD student at the Montfort University, Leicester in United Kingdom. So let's welcome Mr. Dennis McCall. Let's give him a big warm of applause.
I'm pleased to be chilling in the West Indies. The Caribbean is home to 7,000 islands and continental countries as well. It is a place that is a melting pot of different cultures, and it is a hub for economic development and foreign investment. Now close your eyes for a moment. Please don't fall asleep because I know we just had lunch. But close your eyes for a moment. Picture yourself on the white sandy beaches of St. Kitts. You can hear the ocean just crashing ever so gently on the sand. And you can feel that nice, cool Caribbean sea just washing over you as you sip on a nice, cold glass of coconut rum. Aviation connects us to this type of experience. You can open your eyes now. My name is Dennis McCall Jr. I am a third-year PhD Air Transport Management student at the Montfort University, Leicester, United Kingdom. And honestly, it is a pleasure to be here with each and every single one of you guys this afternoon to be able to present a portion of my research. Now, I'm going to be presenting on the topic sustainable aviation in the Caribbean in small island developing states, a Caribbean case study. And this just gives some parts of my research. As I'm a final year student, I'm still trying to finish up the entire PhD research. So we're going to look at some background information, looking at the methods, the key findings, the benefits of the research, and then we can just wrap it up and bring it home. All right? So the aim of the research is to develop a framework for sustainable aviation in small island developing states. And as I indicated before, we're going to be using the Caribbean as a case study. Now, let's do some background information. And I'm sure we've been through this numerous times this entire week. All right? So we know that there's a role and that tourism and transportation plays in the Caribbean. So let's look at it. Tourism, we're very heavily reliant on tourism. We benefit from it economically, socially, culturally. But over time, tourism has been known to be called the villain of peace. And I'm sure if you're sleeping and somebody comes and disturb you, your entire peace is just gone and you automatically turn into a villain and you don't want to talk to anybody else. That is how some persons view tourism within small island developing states. Now, to combat the negative impact of tourism, majority of the Caribbean countries, they adopted a sustainable tourism framework. However, you'd realize that the research now has been showing that because of the shortcomings of sustainable tourism, because of that lack of accountability, and I was speaking about it earlier this week on Tuesday, because of the lack of accountability in sustainable tourism, persons are now calling for something called responsible tourism. So let's look on the other side with transportation. We know that transportation connects people, places, movement of goods and services. But LEPR's 1979 tourism system, it outlines the importance of transportation to tourism. one cannot survive without the other. Okay? So transportation contributes to 16.2% to the total global emission. Now we understand that transportation has a negative impact on climate change. So to respond to this, we have something called sustainable transport. However, just like sustainable tourism, there is a lack of accountability again. And this is where the term responsible transport was coined to address that lack of accountability for stakeholders. So now let's look at a little bit at aviation. It is the bridge between tourism and transportation. Okay? We know that it's for the movement of people. We have 4.937 billion people being moved worldwide. We know that it contributes to 2.1% of greenhouse gases. It's at the forefront of climate change discussions. And one of the things that we need to do, we need to strike the balance between economic benefits of air travel and also the environmental impact that it creates. And we've been discussing this a lot for this entire week. Now, from we got here on Monday, we've been talking a lot about sustainable aviation. However, to this day, we have never defined what sustainable aviation is. And like the teacher that I am, we're going to read it together what sustainable aviation is, just to make sure that everybody is with me. So we read in the first line here. What is sustainable aviation? After 2, 1, 2. It is the balanced approach Okay, class, we're going to get detention after this session today, okay? So let's go again. What is sustainable aviation? It is the And I want us to remember that last part. Economic growth, social progress, and environmental practices. Now, there are lots of different definitions of sustainable aviation. However, for the purpose of my research, this is the definition I chose. Okay? So we know that there are 3 pillars of sustainable aviation. The economic, environment, and social. But let's see who is responsible for aviation. Now, Selsten, 1998, he's the person that coined that term, sustainable aviation. He indicated that there are various regime actors within the whole concept. Now, let's go through this. Now, I must put a disclaimer here that the size of the wheel does not determine the level of responsibility that you have in sustainable aviation. Okay? So we have the airports, government, airlines, travelers, regulators, NGOs, and other organizations. They are the ones who are responsible for sustainable aviation. So all of us that are here today, we are responsible for sustainable aviation. So let's just look at some of the challenges. The first one off the bat, the definition. It is very difficult to define that term. And one of the things that I've been learning about my research is that the simplest of words would give you the greatest headache in defining. There are over 300 working definitions of the term sustainable. So if you have 300 definitions of that term, you understand how difficult it is to define that term, sustainable aviation. Now, the second problem is the needs of the stakeholders, the priorities, they're different places. The priority of the government would be a totally different priority for the airline. The priority of the aviation authority would be a totally different priority for the airport as well. Society structures, and this is a major problem, it does not take into consideration the economic and social structures in the different countries. What works in the United Kingdom won't work for St. Kitts and Nevis. What works for the Netherlands might not work for the Dutch Caribbean, even though you might have the same political structures, but what works there might not work here. You really like the measurement. It's very hard to measure what sustainability is, especially on a global world. And there's an unbalanced approach to the 3 pillars of sustainable aviation. I remember before we said that there were 3 main pillars. We said the economic, social, and the environmental. I am firm of the view that you cannot be sustainable without looking at all 3 pillars. If you focus on one pillar, technically you really can't call yourself sustainable. If you focus on the environment pillar, you're basically calling yourself, I am green friendly. But what happens to the social and the economic part of it? Because remember we said the definition of sustainable aviation is the balanced approach of the economic, social, and the environmental pillars. So let's go now into the methods that I've been using throughout my entire research. So the first one, we have a documentary review, which is a review of the key aviation documents that were, I think it's somewhere about 2000, coming straight down into 2022. Then we have a scoping study with about 7 individuals, and it is at 7 individuals because, and I understand that they do not represent the thoughts of the entire Caribbean region. However, those 7 individuals, they provided some rich information to understand the aviation industry within the Caribbean region. And then we have the stakeholder analysis where there are, and I might be missing a few here with the aviation stakeholders because since I did the analysis, a few airlines decided to pop up. So I don't think they're part of the 208, but there are 208 aviation stakeholders that I did look at, and this comprises of semi-structured interviews, Q methodology, strategic perspective analysis, and the social network analysis. But let's go into the key findings now. And this is my favorite part of the entire research. I love when I interview people and they tell me these key things, right? So the first one, the ones that you see in the italics, those are quotes directly from the respondents. So we have a development identity, and this has been said a lot of times here during this entire week, where we would have that the Caribbean are problem takers, and we don't set these policies or even global strategies to deal with the world's problems. You have the vulnerability to climate change. And number 3, politics. If I had to search in my entire thesis right now, how many times politics appears, it would be the word that appears most out of every single thing. So you see here, political interference has led to management challenges of airports and government-owned airlines. We have interregional movement, the lack of connectivity, the lack of resources, financial and technical resources, and we have other issues such as the high dependency on tourism and crime and violence. Now let's look at the role of aviation within the Caribbean. So aviation is the Caribbean's lifeline as there are no viable alternatives. Down here in the Dutch islands, well, the ABC islands, there's no ferry. The SSS might have the ferry, but there's nothing down here. And you would hear a lot of persons talking about, especially in CARICOM meetings, you would hear them talking about we really need that ferry. But is it really possible to have a ferry coming from Barbados to Trinidad, and from Trinidad to Grenada, moving right up the train, of the chain of islands? How many persons would actually want to go on the ferry as opposed to just taking a 20 or 30-minute flight over to that other Caribbean island? So you'd realize that it is linked to other industries, right? Tourism, agriculture, healthcare, telecommunication, education, financial services. It has a strong economic and social impact. And for the role for aviation, aviation actually generates a lot of money for governments through the taxes and fees that are paid by the airlines and the passengers. And we can come back to this one point about these taxes and fees later on. And we understand the social impact. As someone said earlier this week, that our airports in the Caribbean are actually emergency hubs. Because once a disaster strikes, that is the first place that humanitarian efforts would actually come into the country. Now, there are several key stakeholders with the aviation industry, okay? So we have the governments, and you see the ministries that have a more direct link to the government. We have the regulators, we have the airports, airlines. For the purpose of this study, I've put DCCA under airports rather than put them under organizations, all right? So that's why it's not there. Then you have your airlines, the airlines that I looked at are intra-regional airlines and not the extra-regional airlines. So no KLM, no JetBlue, no American Airlines, none of those. Just the intra-regional airlines. And then we have the organizations. Now, you would see on the CARICOM that there are actually two aviation, I guess you could call them associations that fall under CARICOM. You would have the Caribbean Aviation Safety and Security Oversight System, and you have the CARICOM Transport Commission, you have OECS, you have OAS, Association of Caribbean States, Latin America and Caribbean Air Transport Association, and you have all of the different others associations there. Now let us look at the aviation challenges and means of addressing them. So, as everyone has been saying this week, lack of connectivity. Now, the respondents, they say that it is poor and unsustainable. We have route service by LIAT not being economically viable. And we have the high expense of the aviation industry to be blamed. We have the government's lack of understanding. Governments have failed to understand the importance of the aviation industry, and they've seen it as just, oh, I'm going to take a tourist from Miami and I'm going to drop them right in Aruba, and that is it. That is all. I don't care what anything else that has to do with it. You see here that because of this lack of understanding, that there has been some unfair distribution of financial resources, and there's a lack of investment in the human resource to develop the industry. And one of the respondents here, they gave a perfect example where you would realize that the government, whenever they put out their scholarship list a lot, they don't mention anything that has to do with aviation. St. Martin is the only Caribbean country that actually has aviation as part of their priority list. And that is very telling. Okay? So we have the high taxes, fees, and charges. We've been talking about this a lot. They're very high, and they're making it very impossible for us to travel. So, point 2, it says that the TFCs are high, but there's no viable alternative tax means for governments. What governments would now have to do is either compromise and just say, well, we can cut it by a certain percent, and we just, count out that loss that we get, or take off that percentage that they get and move it elsewhere. And I'm sure we don't want an increase on our income tax that is already killing us now, or we don't want another tax to be brought in, like road tax or something like that. Now, the other point was something that was very interesting. It says that the high TFCs actually support sustainable aviation. And the reason for this is because it stops persons from flying. The less people that fly, the less planes that are in the sky. But then it contradicts social sustainability, as it has some social implications. Within the Caribbean, we said that there's no other viable transportation. We have to move from island to island in order to see our family, for education, in order to conduct business as well. So how do we meet at the middle ground? We have sustainability. There's a lack of sustainable operation practices. And another one again, the government's involvement plays a role in unsustainable aviation practices and hampers development. Unsustainable practices here, we're talking about nepotism, and then we're also talking about the government's changing every single 5 years and bringing in new ideas. So once a project was started at the beginning of one government's term, and it continues and they haven't finished, and the other government comes in and it was like, that doesn't align with our vision, scrap it. So that's unsustainable practices right there. And it also says that the ATR is not fit for purpose in the region. Some other challenges included the lack of communication between government ministries, the lack of aviation expertise, the lack of access to new modern technology such as SAF, and the lack of acknowledgement of the bilateral agreements. So innovation, and I'm sure you guys will be very, very happy with this one, where almost all of the respondents from the documentary review coming straight down here to the stakeholder analysis, all of them have mentioned the Dutch Caribbean. Every single one of them have mentioned the Dutch Caribbean for the implementation of biometric technology, carbon accreditation, and carbon offsetting master plans, and effective planning during the COVID-19 pandemic, We have Dominican Republic, exploration of new technologies, and we have the Republic of Barbados, which looks at the digitalization of the airport procedures. So we asked respondents, what is the future of aviation? What exactly does it look like? So they asked for education, building our human capital, looking at more airline options, sustainability, a lot as well, environmental responsibility, decarbonization of the aviation industry, policy, transportation, a multimodal approach, which needs to be a joint effort between aviation and maritime industry. And when I saw this response, I got an aha moment. And I want you to tell me yes or no if this makes sense, okay? It's in my recommendations chapter, so I'm testing you guys. Right? Tell me if it makes sense. What if we have airlines code share with ferries? Does it make sense? So you see how you would have JetBlue code share with Winair? To move between those little islands that have inter-island ferries, what if we get the larger carriers to bring the persons down to that main country? You have the code share with the ferry, moving your bags down to the ferry terminal, and that ferry takes you to the other small island. It makes sense? Nah, just a little bit? All right. We're looking at lowering the TFCs, and we're also looking at improvements to our economy. So the social network analysis, and this is my favorite part. One of the things that I wanted to do within the research is to map the relationship between all 208 of those stakeholders, every single one of them. Now, within the software, I made sure that the distance between each and every single one of the stakeholders was equal, okay? So depending on how it might look at this screen, every single thing is equal within each other. Now, I had to write this down so you guys understand this. So the planes, if you see the airplane icon, that's an airline. I remember we're looking at intra-regional airlines. The red are the countries. The yellow are the individual islands, or towns in some cases as Puerto Rico and Cuba. The green are the ministries of government. Purple, regulatory bodies. The triangles that you would see, the orange triangles, are airports. The blue are airport authority, and the heart shapes there are organizations. You would see here that majority of us within the Caribbean are very well connected, right? I wish I had a red beam thing so you could see it a little better here. But you'd realize all of us are bunched up, with the exception of the two countries up to your right, right? Anybody wants to guess who those two countries are? No? Nobody want to guess? You look like you have an answer. No? So those two countries that are there are actually Puerto Rico and Cuba. And that is because of our politics, right? That's exactly why they're somewhat outside of the group hug, right? What I found that was very, very interesting was the position of Bonaire. So Bonaire is the only country down south, the only red dot down south right there that is away from everybody else. Although they are part of the ABC Islands, they are away from everyone else. And I was trying to figure out for the life of me, why is Bonaire down there by itself? But then I realized, politics again. Majority of the countries that are there, they are part of the main organizations within the Caribbean. So the Association of Caribbean States, OECS, and CARICOM. Aruba, Curacao are part of those associations, well, except for OECS. But Bonaire, no. They're by themselves down here. So let's look at the degree of centrality. So this basically tells us which stakeholder is most central to the social network map. Now, the data might be a little skewed because the Bahamas, you would realize that the Bahamas comes up a good amount of times on the data, is because Bahamas actually has the most connected islands. So they are connected to about 20-something of their own islands, whereas everyone else, we legit by ourselves, with the exception of twin island federations like St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua, Barbuda, Trinidad and Tobago. So you'd realize a lot of times that the Bahamas would come out a lot. So the most central stakeholders here, we have the Association of Caribbean States, the Bahamas, the Airport Authority of Bahamas, and we have the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority. And we have the Agent Vector, I think that's what it's called. Yes, I can never pronounce it correctly, right? Centrality. Now it looks as the most influential stakeholder with a direct connection, okay? So remember that, with a direct connection. So you would have Association of Caribbean States, CARICOM, Bahamas, and the regulatory body would be the Civil Aviation Authority of the Bahamas. Now we go to the flip side, and I think this one was the most important one to me, right? That gives the page rank prestige, that tells you about the most influential stakeholder that has the most power beyond the direct connections. So direct connections would be from A to B, right? So this is beyond it. So here we have it. So the organization is the Association of Caribbean States, country St. Vincent and the Grenadines, aviation regulatory body, we have the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority, Airport Authority of the Bahamas, and the airports, where the Queen Beatrix International Airport and Curacao International Airport being the most powerful and most influential airports with beyond their direct connections, okay? So let's look at the benefits of the research here today. So it gives us the opportunity to reevaluate sustainable aviation within the Caribbean, because this is something that we haven't been doing, right? Well, other than the Dcca, right? But the rest of the Caribbean haven't really been looking at this, right? It gives us a holistic approach towards aviation industry in SIDS, and it's a practical development of sustainable aviation framework for the Caribbean. It's the first for the region, and it's also the first for a framework, because there isn't even an aviation framework for the Caribbean, okay? It gives the application of stakeholder analysis to understand the relationship between us, the key stakeholders that are here today, and the recommendations will be transferable to other forms of transportation, such as surface access, and we also have marine transport within the Caribbean. So let's bring it home now, right? So in conclusion, the Caribbean, we understand these things, and let's read it together so we make sure that everyone is with me today. So let's go. The first one, the Caribbean is vulnerable. So let's go after 2. 1, 2. Wow. Let's go, class. The first one, so the Caribbean is vulnerable, is a vulnerable state. Let's go. 1, 2. Wow. Wow. We said that tourism and transportation are linked. One cannot do without the other. There are several challenges to sustainable aviation. Now, we also said that the Caribbean faces several challenges with regards to the aviation industry outside of sustainable aviation. And then we see here that the future of aviation in the Caribbean requires policy change, education, and a multimodal approach. And finally, future research needs to be done to fully comprehend the aviation industry in the Caribbean. At the age of 5, I remember visiting St. Thomas, US Virgin Islands. And for the first time in my life, I saw Seabourn Twin Otter seaplane taking off from the Charlotte Amalie Harbor. And it was at that moment that something sparked inside of me, and that sparked into the passion that I have for aviation. And it is something that I even carried into my research. And I want you to take out your phones. I know we all have our high-tech phones. So let's take it out, and I want us to scan this QR code. Through this entire week, I've been asking some of you for interviews. As I'm in my final stage of my research, we really need the feedback from the key stakeholders. The framework cannot work without the knowledge from the key stakeholders. It was my plan to interview every single one that came to the conference. However, that is mission impossible, and I am only one man, and that was, we couldn't do it, right? So I've converted those questions into an online survey. And you don't have to complete it now, but what I want you to do, though, is be part of the change. Being here at this conference shows that you want to be part of the sustainable aviation change. We need research in order to pave the way forward. My research is very, very dear to my heart. And it's not because I would love to hear Dr. Dennis whenever I enter a room, but it's because I have a passion for Caribbean aviation. And I understand the place that it is in right now, it's not the best place at all. And it is my duty as the future of tomorrow, the future CEO, or where you guys are sitting right now, to make sure that I make the necessary steps now, so that when it's time for me to take over, things are in place. Help shape the future of sustainable aviation in the Caribbean. You don't have to do the survey right now, but keep it open on your phone. It will take you about 15, 20 minutes to answer some of the questions you really got to think for, but I would really, really, really love for each and every single one of you guys to actually complete this survey. As I said before, we cannot become what we want by remaining what we are. We cannot want sustainable aviation by remaining in our seats. Research helps to pave the way forward, and that is what this research here is doing today. So thank you guys so much for listening. It was a pleasure being here. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, dear.
Thank you so much, Dennis, for sharing on your research and giving us, or me, a master class on all of this. It was nice. What a nice presentation. We have questions for you, of course. One of them says the following: what are other important research studies that you think needs to be conducted in the Caribbean to dive more into sustainable aviation knowledge?
I think for the wider Caribbean region, we need to do some research in fit-for-purpose aircraft. The Dutch Caribbean has already started that with the electric planes, but that's just for the Dutch Caribbean, and that's just 6 out of the 20-something, I think, Caribbean countries that we have. So if we do more research into fit-for-purpose aircraft, that'll be good. I also think we need to do our research to see if it is, I don't want to get in trouble for this at all, but so let me word it very correctly. If we can do research into finding out if we can privatize the aviation industry within the Caribbean without relying on the government, I would really love to see our research done in that. And the reason being why I said this is because every single person that I've interviewed keeps coming back to politics, and he keeps coming back to that political interference that is really and truly causing some disturbance within the aviation industry. So if we could do some research into how a Caribbean privatized aviation industry will look like, I think that would be very, very good. We also need to do a research, well, I guess it's research. We need to do an assessment of every single country's aviation industry to see where exactly they are at and what needs to be done in order for all of us to be on the same playing field for sustainable aviation to work. Yeah.
All right. We have another comment, or yes, it's more of a comment. American Airlines is code sharing with the buses, so why not ferries?
I knew it made sense. I knew it made some sense. Yeah,
definitely.
It does, kind of. Yeah.
Audience agrees with you. And how did you measure the social network maps?
All right, I figured this would have been a question. So I use a software called SOCNet V, where I had to input all of every single stakeholder one by one, one by one, and then I had to connect all of them together. That's why I said in the beginning that every single one has an equal connection with each other. So I didn't put some of them at different percentages. I made sure that it was the same across the board because we don't really have the data to show if Jamaica has a better relationship with St. Vincent than Aruba would have a better relationship with St. Martin.
Right.
So I kept it across the board. And within the software, it actually allows you to do a lot of different testing. So the different analysis that was there, you just input it in the software and then it allowed you to do that. Now I understand that it might not reflect the true relationships within the Caribbean, especially for the Bahamas case, because Bahamas has a lot more connections because of their tiny little islands that they serve. But if we were to take it out and just leave Bahamas by itself, then I think that it would be a very, very true reflection. But I didn't want to do that because all these Bahamas islands, they have airports, and some of them are international airports as well, but all of them are serviced by intra-regional airlines. So once you're serviced by an intra-regional airline, I made sure that you were part of the stakeholder analysis map. Yes.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I hope that in the future we can find, you can share more findings with us on the research that you have been working on. And to everybody in the audience, a reminder as well so they can complete the survey and be a part of that. All the best with the researches. Thank you for joining us at DCCA, A Flight into the Future.
Thank you.
Our last panel today will explore the question of how can energy companies contribute to the cause. Raymond Cruz is a mechanical systems engineer at the Aruba Airport Authority, and he is our panel moderator for this next conversation. So let's welcome him on stage, Raymond Cruz.
Larissa, thank you very much for the introduction. First of all, I'm not going to sing like Mr. McCall just did. What an impressive presentation, Mr. McCall. Very nice. I would like, before starting with the panel discussion, I would like to first say thank you, and I'm honored to be part of this event and also to do this specific panel because it's indeed very important. Besides all the topics that was mentioned during this week, it was very important also to discuss this topic. One of the topics that really was interesting for me during the last couple of days was the mindset, and it was mentioned several times during the week, the mindset and the culture that needs to be changed. And as a matter of fact, this is also something that has a relation with the topic that we're going to discuss today. And the topic today, as Larissa mentioned, is how energy companies contribute to the costs. What costs? Obviously. And one of the biggest costs are also in the future to be able to use an electrical aircraft to reach one of our neighbors. So that's why we invite several of our experts, specialists in regarding to this specific topic, and to also discuss what are their vision to this impressive topic. I would like to start introducing the panelists. First panelist, he is currently the CEO of Curaçao Utility Company and serves as the acting chief technical officer. He has more than 28 years of experience in the utility company of Curaçao and holds a Master of Science degree in System and Information and Masters in Business Administration. Please, let's give him a warm applause to Mr. Derek Jonas. Welcome, Derek. Our second panelist is currently the Technical Affairs Manager at Web Aruba NV and has more than 23 years already experience in the Web Aruba NV and holds a bachelor degree in electrical engineering. It's Joseph Everon. Let's welcome Joseph on stage. third panelist, he is currently the CEO of Crude Oil NV and subsidiaries. Before he was appointed to his current position, he held various senior management positions in telecommunications sector and the utility sector on Curaçao. He has a bachelor's degree in electrical engineering as well as a master's degree in technical innovation science and a doctorate degree in business administration with specialization in finance. Please, Jami Laston, Dr. Jami Laston. And finally, our fourth panelist, he is currently the Department Head Operations of NV Elmar. With more than 10 years of experience in the NV Elmar Aruba, he holds a bachelor degree in electrical engineering, Mr. Jonathan van der Linden. Thank you, Jonathan. First of all, thank you guys all to be part of this event and to accept our invitation. Before going deep into the questions that we already stated, one specific topic was very interesting for me, and it's especially dedicated to Derek and Joseph. 28 years, 23 years for Joseph. That's a lot of years. Please elaborate a bit. What was the past? What is now? What were the changes, the challenges back then that now you have? Please, I must ask about this. What was the changes that you guys experienced I mean, I think I was 12 years old at that time. So, what was the?
Why did you start there?
Could you please, Derek, please elaborate a bit about that?
When you start putting it in that perspective, if you say 28 years, I'm not that old. So no, point is, and what happens, and this is something that happens worldwide, I see people taking pictures now, right? In those days, you used to have Kodak. You all remember Kodak? And now you have to take the roll to a booth, and they make the pictures. That has changed. Nowadays, it's digital photography and stuff like that. Same thing is happening also in the utility. When I see what's the topic of this conference also, yeah, when I heard about electric flying, I go like, same thing when I heard about electric cars. Now you get used to it. Electric flying. I'm not going to be the first one who's going to be flying, testing it, believe me. But it's going to be common in a couple of years. So in the utility sector, we're seeing a lot of changes. And where I see the future going right now is like everybody having their own solar panel on the rooftops and having batteries and just doing their own thing. Yeah. And somewhere, somehow, there should be a common rail where everybody connects to, so we kind of collaborate with each other. And the same thing I see in this conference too. There's a lot of collaboration, a lot of good work being done.
Absolutely.
If we put it all together, it's going to be the future. And that's the same thing in utility sector for us at Agua Electra.
Yeah, Joseph.
I think Daryl said it all, but the biggest change for me, what I'm seeing is the push on the environment.
Okay.
That's triggering a lot, and the mentality, or not the mentality, because of that push, the customers. The customers are very demanding, and the customers, I mean, decentralization is very important. So demand-side management gets very important, and I think this is electrical flying on the demand side. So I think in the companies we change from, and we are not there as yet, but we are changing from being a black box with kind of massive machines.
Correct.
And we have to change being very customer-oriented and enable
diversity.
What we say, the demand side, enable the customers. So I think that's the biggest change, the biggest challenge for utility companies.
Absolutely.
But I think opportunities for partnership.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest change I'm seeing.
Yeah, nice. It's going to be a topic in a bit. Jonathan.
Yes.
How will energy distribution company, in this perspective of distribution company, adapt their business model to this new reality? In the sense of how does the distribution company experience the new challenges regarding the sustainable developments on the island?
Yes, as you know, solar panels has been existing for many years, And the last few years, we've seen blooming installations of decentralized solar system on the island.
Correct.
And the solar panels prices has dropped, so we've seen a lot of residential, back in those days, consumers, now prosumers. So they're producing also electrical energy to the grid. And that's why a few decades ago, as the transmission and distribution company of the island, we've adopted policies to be able to give everybody, every customer of ours, the opportunity to be able to install renewable energy at their households. And also we have needed to change our billing system to begin giving net metering opportunities, and also some chance that everybody can be sustainable in their, in their households and expand to that age. So we have a lot of, in those days, a lot of challenges that we have go forward with. But now we're getting to a point that yes, we are able to handle this new
development.
era, new development. Yes.
All right. Same question, Joseph. How, in this perspective now, for the power generation company, what are the, how would you adapt your business model to this new reality?
Well, what we call it, a few years ago, we started with some studies on a new utility business model. We call it a new utility business model. We cannot be a web and an Elmar. We have to be kind of a one. I mean, it can be two entities, but we have to work together towards one utility business model. And at the end, you have to enable this distributed movement that we have. And I mean, there's an opportunity for everybody. But working in partnership and having a good model, a utility business model, will help a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Jamil, can partnership be the perfect solution to alternative air transportation? Partnership more in the sense of between airports and utility company. Do you think that could be a solution, or maybe you have?
Yes, first of all, I think it's a must. It's not only can be, but it's a must. We have to collaborate. But let me take it a step back. So you guys, I'm from Curoid. Curoid, we are the ones providing jet fuels in Curaçao and Bonaire. So it would be strange me sitting here.
You're not a villain, but
but actually it's because of the collaboration that we are sitting here. Because as a fuel supplier, some couple of years ago, we started and changed our vision, and we changed from selling fuel to selling energy products.
Okay.
And it's a huge difference of what the way we were doing business. Why? Because we see as how things are going, the technology is going. We as a oil and gas company, if we sit and leave the technology go, we will be out of business. Correct. So what we did is we grew like a green, I call it a green branch, where we are actually looking into certain initiatives, like we are together with Aqualectra even, assessing the possibility to be the ones putting solar panels all around the island, and then be part of the business too. At the airport, the same. If we can collaborate with the airport and Aqualectra, we can put solar panels, and then we will be the ones in the future to charge the planes. And then you shift, and you will still be in business. So that's why I'm sitting here as the one causing trouble, but with the one having a solution also for the future.
Yeah, Absolutely. Thank you. Jonathan, is it possible to rely on green source of energy to charge the electric aircraft? So only green source energy?
Yes, I think right now, as we can, Joseph can elaborate a little bit more on what the energy mix is on the island at the moment that he can mention afterwards. But I think with sufficient solar systems or solar park system close by to the airport and sufficient storage, surely you can have a complete system or complete plane charge with 100% renewable energy. So that is something feasible. Yes, so it is possible.
So you believe it?
Yes.
Yeah. Derek, how will energy supplier cope with the high energy demand resulting from in-flight? For instance, we have now e-flights flying around the Caribbean. How will this impact our islands or the companies such as Web for Aqualector?
I think you have to design the infrastructure, and like Jonathan is saying, you have to design the infrastructure properly. In order to do that, and I think the four of us in the panel do agree because we all mentioned it, is collaboration. We have to work together with the airport companies to have the right piece of land for the solar panels, charging station, the battery itself. So, and I see it more as a standalone infrastructure with the backup of the power grid. I was thinking during this whole week, and I liked all the presentations that I saw, but point is, the challenge for a utility is the turnaround time for the air flight.
Correct.
Usually if you have an electric car, it would take you like, maybe you can charge it overnight, or you have the fast charger, which is like 20, 30 minutes, but that's a car. So with an airplane, it's a little bit different, so you have to design the parameters properly. But technology is adaptable, so you will have to design it properly, but it is feasible. And not really rely on the grid alone, but rely on a hybrid system where you have the grid and a renewable energy and a storage, where those three components together form the charging for the air flights. But it's very much possible.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes, today, the panel before this one, the topic was the chicken or the egg.
Correct.
And I remember a lady was very critical about not having discussed that. But the answer to that question you will not get, because but the thing is, if you have a rooster and a hen, you will have the egg and you everything. But if you don't have oxygen, if you don't have food, if you don't have water, you won't have chicken, you won't have egg. So the collaboration between everybody, even the regulators, the airports, the utility companies, and everybody will be a key factor in this. Like Derek said, if you have the system there, and you currently the turnover time is like an hour. So we, as a fuel supplier, we know that we cannot take longer than half an hour to fuel that plane, because when they land, they want to be gone in 1 hour.
Yeah.
So in the future, when you're going to be charging, you need to know if we the one charging that plane, either we have to change the batteries, and that's another challenge, or we have to be ready with a super fast charger. It's not here yet, so we can guarantee the turnaround time. So the only way this will be a success if everybody, all the stakeholders, collaborate and have the noses in the right direction. And that's the only way.
Yep.
If I can elaborate on that, via the sustainable goals, environment is very important.
Absolutely.
So it starts at legislation. A few years ago, we started with, I don't know if people know, shore to power. So when the cruise ships come in, when the freight ships come in, a lot of countries, they have to go on shore to power. That means electrification. So we think the future also is electrification in shipping transportation, but also in flying. So it's kind of the same business case, only the turnover is different. But it is working together with the utility company. It's all about putting the legislations so you can go and invest in the infrastructure, having a good planning with the partners, because the partnership is very important. because the most expensive thing is having a lot of capacity there and maybe using it once a day or twice a day. So you're not going to invest in 2 cars and you're just driving it once a day or for an hour a day. So, but working in partnership with good planification and charging or storing exactly at the moments where our units are down. So what we call that filling up the valley, lowering the peaks, because utility companies don't like to invest in peaks. But we have a valley because when you have peak demand, you need that energy. So use that energy in those valleys, so in those hours. So it's all about planification, but legislation and policy drives it. So if you have those in your country, electrification of public transportation, shipping, I think even flying, and EVs will be booming.
But I think something that Jamil mentioned it briefly, but I think that as the current fuel supplier, it's good that they also participate in this effort, because there will definitely be a transition period. It's not this change that we've discussed this week, it's not going to happen overnight.
No, exactly.
So probably you will have some electric flying and a lot of just fuel propels flying. So you would have to, besides the legislation and so on, the business model, speaking about sustainable, all the business need to be sustainable to endure these changes. So the collaboration is a key thing in this one. And for instance, as the incumbent fuel supplier right now, it's good that the way, and we manage that in Curaçao. Jamil and I work a lot together because we are also, as a utility company, we're also changing. We're going more towards wind energy, solar energy. That means we're buying lesser fuel from them. So they have to adapt their business model, but we have to do it together. Because while we're changing, we still need them to supply us fuel.
Absolutely.
So that is the collaboration is a key thing, and based thereon, you derive, okay, what is needed as legislation to regulate the collaboration, because otherwise it's going to be free for all. Also, that you don't want that.
No. The whole to add to what Derek says, the whole idea of electric flying and the energy transition, is to lower CO2 emissions.
Absolutely.
And if you have an electric plane and you're still generating the power using fossil fuels, it's like
it's the same
it
thing.
doesn't work.
So
then is that the idea is to be also generating it from green sources, or be using solar panels and batteries and stuff like that. So that's why, again, we come back to the collaboration part, where we have to work together to achieve this.
That comes also in mind. This morning we had a presentation of Jairo was talking about SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel. Maybe that is also a combination. So instead of going to the conventional fuel, maybe we can probably make a combination, a hybrid, in between the SAF and the electrical system. What do you think about that, Jamil?
That's the transition Derek is also talking about. In Curaçao, we started already. We started discussions with the larger carriers, where they also, especially from Europe, they have to comply to certain standards. So we are already talking to them and see how we can collaborate with them too, to be ready and have SAF here on the island too. We are working now with some partners to see how we can produce that fuel on the island. So those are things we are working on. But in the meanwhile, if you can put a roadmap together where you gradually go to full green, where we start using those fuels also, it will make sense, because we have another challenge. I don't know if that came through during this week. With being a small island, we also still have the problem of scale of economy. So whenever you want to invest, it will take you years to recoup that. So either you have the government and anybody, some people give subsidies, or you have to make a business case where you gradually go and have that.
Balancing
it out.
Yeah. Energy storage, Joseph. Is energy storage in the vision of energy companies?
Yes. I mean, for this transition going, as you know, a network needs something to keep the frequency. That's why we are not there as yet with technologies. That's why we have what we call the traditional, conventional, but going more in efficiency on those choices and integrating more renewable sources. But between that, you have a transition. What we are doing and other companies are doing, going to an alternative fuel, going to a transition fuel to give you the time towards going the 100% sustainability. And in the meantime, storage is the key. And as we did in our past studies with electrification on electrical buses, on EV, on shore-to-power, and now electrical flying.
Correct.
I mean, now it's a battery, a storage system that's flying in the air. A bus is like a battery on wheels.
Driving the wheels, yeah.
So electrical companies, utility companies like those kind of storage because, as I told you, in the night where we have most of the wind, there is no demand. So where is that energy going? If you have storage systems, you know, you can store your energy and use it when you have those valleys. And that's why the partnership is very important. And if you are in that demand side and working together, I mean, it can make it efficient for the client, but for the utility companies, because investing just for peaks, that's no business case. So what we want to do is lower those peaks, fill those valleys, and we will be efficient, and the client benefits of it. Yes.
I know for a fact that this question is coming from the audience. However, I still want to ask it myself. What do you guys think about, for instance, if the airports would like to create their own energy and store it and use it? You guys, as energy companies, as distribution companies, you guys think that would be feasible?
That's the partnership.
Correct.
But it's not only partnership, it's, and as a collector, we see it as our role to assist, for instance, an airport in developing their own, being fully sustainable on their own. So you don't expect, for instance, an airport to have the experts to do that. So we have the expertise. And again, you asked about the business models. Those are changes in our business model.
Correct.
Instead of being just the technician that comes in and fixes the power, we can come in as an advisor and assist you how to become self-sustainable. Because either way, you're going to lose the customer. And in 50 years, I mean, it's going to be a definite, it's going to be a given that they're going to be self-sustainable. So if you want to stay alive, change your business model and start advising them on how to become sustainable. And if they have the problem, solve it.
That's very
so,
nice.
Yes, it is. And again, the word partnership has been mentioned a lot. That's united we stand, divided we won't stand.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can say that is the partnership between the most important component. So partnership between the utility, the power generation utility, the transmission, and the airport.
Distribution. Yes.
For instance, if you have a big battery storage at the airport, it can serve, as Yusuf said, to fill in the valley that we have normally at the moment during midnight till morning, and also during the day if we want to do peak shaving. We have a sufficient big battery there that we can use as transmission and distribution and generation company to stabilize the grid, so make the grid more reliable if we need it, using those batteries that are there. So I think the one main component is partnership between them.
And what Jonathan is mentioning is called co-generation. So, and Joseph was talking about the peaks and the valleys and stuff like that. And for instance, in Las Vegas has a huge problem with a lot of hotels that with a high energy, with a high energy demand, and it's peaked. So what did they do? And Joseph mentioned about legislation. What did they do? They allowed co-generation. So the hotels generate their own energy, and when they have access, they can, the grid, the utility company can buy that from them.
Okay.
And when they have higher demand, they can buy from the utility company. It's called co-generation, and that is also what Jonathan is saying. It boils down to that. So if the airport has a huge battery,
absolutely,
and they can assist in stabilizing the grid and stuff like that, why not?
Yep.
So what we are doing also in Curacao together with Ecolectra is, for instance, you mentioned about airports. We are not ready yet. We're going to start the discussions in Curacao, but if Ecolectra has the expertise in power, we can join them and then together offer the airport a solution for for their needs. So they can focus on lowering the fees, and we can provide them the solution for that. So the idea is to be working on that. I want to touch point also on the part of storage. We are working also with TNO in Holland, and I think in 2 weeks' time, Ecolectra will also join together with some other companies from Curacao. We will go to Holland, where there is a huge possibility for
windmills?
Yeah, for putting windmills, and the idea is to from that energy convert it to hydrogen, and then convert it to ammonia, and that ammonia can be used for export. But if you can use that hydrogen also to put generators and then generate the power instead of having a large battery. So the technology is going everywhere, but the main thing is that in a couple of years we will be off
less on fuel.
Fuel, yes.
Yeah.
Just like Kodak disappeared.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
We know also we are aware that it takes years to develop sustainable system technology. What are the distribution of the power generation companies doing with the conventional equipments at this moment? Are they focusing on more sustainable factors on them? Because again, it takes years to reach the point that we want to reach. But what are the measurements being done now for the power generation companies?
You know, we have some challenges. I mean, for every challenge, there's a solution. But our investments, we're talking about 15 years. So when you make your business case, you have to really evaluate when and how.
Yeah.
Also, you have the factor reliability. So you always have to keep it reliable. So what you have is what we call the stability. So when we make changes, it's like flying a plane in the air and changing the motor and changing the control system and still making changes. So that's the biggest challenge for utility companies. But knowing where to make your investments, knowing where to choose to go for proven technologies or to go in let's call it technically ready technology and not research and development. I mean, you can play like with 1-2 megawatts, but when you start playing with 10-15 megawatts, I mean, it's a challenge. So yes, we are looking into new technologies, but when they are technically ready on a utility scale, especially on islands, there is when we start making those investments and making those changes. But never lose in mind your roadmap. Your roadmap is going towards the 100% sustainability. As for WEP, we set now, and the energy policy is reaching the 50% renewable energy. But the goal is going towards the 100%.
Nice.
But there is where storage, cogeneration, partnership, and all of that, and demand-side management comes in play. So, you know, we are in a transition phase, and it's speeding up.
Yeah, goes fast. Yeah. Yes, thank you. I would like to go to the audience if we have maybe some questions for the audience, from the audience, sorry. Yes, we have our first question is from Jurgen. What is the expected energy needs in megawatt hours and peak capacity kilowatts on a daily basis you use for your calculation for electrical flying for the coming 5 years? I don't know if one of the distribution power generation company wants to answer this. What is expected energy need in megawatt hours and peak capacity kilowatts?
On our side, again, as a collector, when I was invited for this conference, I started digging up into the subject, So we don't have exact numbers on this one at this point in time. And
Right.
like Joseph just said, it's evolution. And I always say, evolution goes slow and revolution goes fast.
Yeah.
This is evolution by revolution. So it's evolving, but it's evolving very fast. So while monitoring the evolution, we will redimension our capacities in order to accommodate. And that's why the partnership is very important, because you need to be informed ahead.
Yeah.
And not taken by surprise, because otherwise you cannot handle the infrastructure. And Joseph just mentioned about the investments. When you invest for a return on investment. You don't invest just to invest. So when the utility company or the airport or somebody invests in the infrastructure for electric flying, they want a return on that investment too.
Absolutely.
So it's a good thing to have it to do it together and yes. Just calculate the metrics, both the technical, economical, and financial metrics related to the investment.
Yes. Thank you. Another question from Angeline. How can airports and power companies collaborate to make renewable electricity available for e-aviation in the future? How?
I can say that, as I say, the collaboration is the electric utility providing the knowledge, as Derek mentioned, and by installing infrastructure that, for instance, storage that the utility company can use when it's necessary, correct. And also to provide that energy to the electric plane when it needs it.
When it needs.
So that's a collaboration between the utility and also the airport. So I think that's the way that we can surely partner up and collaborate.
All right, thank you. Another question from Armand. Open data and data in general is an issue within the islands. Would utility companies be willing to share data on emission factors, innovations, and researches? A great question, as a matter of fact.
I can say on emission factors, I think.
Indeed.
We are going to publish the emission factors. We have a collaboration with AAA, and we're working on sharing the emission factors. And most probably, it will be on our website also published to the general public. So that's a good collaboration.
That's indeed a very good collaboration.
Yes.
Derek, do you think also in that direction?
Yes, we're actually also doing the calculations as we speak to publicize it. Actually, for the next year, one of the pillars we're going to report on are the ESG KPIs. So we do that. But I think it's very important, and we're already doing that. The fact that Joseph, Jonathan, and I, we work together. We share problems and we share solutions. I think sharing data is no challenge, because I do think that the islands are too small to be working in silos. We have to work together as utility companies, and then as airports, and as actually serving the community together. So that is one of the visions I have.
Nice. We have a question of Stijn. What is your view on the current solar limitation for companies? Could an airport act as an energy hub? Yeah, I believe that.
I can mention that a few years ago, as I mentioned before, as a utility company, we've seen the urge for the decentralized renewable energy generation more directly into residential customers. And that's why we've changed policy, and also in that policy we had a limitation for residential connections, and also limitation for commercial. That is to give everybody a fair chance to be able to be renewable at their households. We are looking into changing a few aspects of the policy, but that is being checked on and also being researched at the moment.
Nice.
Building on what Jonathan is saying, and I think Derek also mentioned it. As you know, as utility companies, we know where the trend is going, that we won't be the traditional utility company anymore, neither the distribution company. So it's very important that we go also into a transition.
Yep.
That's why I'm saying a utility business model, our utility business model has to change. And the grid provider has to enable decentralization.
Yep.
But we have to do that in a partnership and having the utility a business model so that it enables the utility company, the distribution company, but also the customers, because you cannot stop this trend. But being on an island, at the end, you have to provide 100% electricity. So that combination is very important.
Yep.
There's something I have to clarify for the audience. Actually, in Aruba, you have the two companies, the generating company and the distribution company. They're two separate entities. In Curacao, we've merged those under one entity. So when, as a collector, when I speak about power, we're talking about both production and the generation and distribution. So in that sense, we're already working with the local airport authorities to put up a solar panels to partially feed their AC units and stuff like that as part of their managing their demand. So that is already in the making in Curacao. So that's a slight difference, but in manageability, it makes it much more easier for us as a utility because it's two entities. When it goes right, it's that one.
Yeah.
When it goes wrong, it's me. So that is the difference fundamentally. So it's a different thing, but we're working also with the local airport authorities to assist them in demand side management.
Yeah. I don't know if we have one chance for. No? Oh, that's it. Thank you guys very, very much. We had a lot of questions. Maybe we could still be asked after the session. Thank you again for being part of this wonderful event and for accepting our invitations.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you from my side.
Let's give him a big round of applause. Our panelists. And also to Raymond Cruz for moderating. Masha danki. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now concluded 4 very productive days of A Flight into the Future event. On behalf of the DCCA, I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the speakers, our moderators, our panelists, and of course our amazing audience for being active participants in this whole week. A reminder for all of you as well that we have the community involvement event that will take place at the General Aviation Hangar tomorrow starting at 11 a.m. You can still register on the DCCA website if you wish to join. So please do so. And before I wrap up, I want to call forward an amazing team that has worked very, very hard for this event. So allow me to call on stage the organizing committee and also the volunteers from the DCCA. You know who you are. I have your name, so step up forward, please. We have Christine, Ryan, Madeline, Carol, Marion, Roderick, Gildo, Kaylee, where's Armand, Herbert, Gregory, Jane, Charmaine, Jovier, Rowan, Weishel, Charil, where is Minerva, Joanne, Jean-Pierre, Helene, Emily, where are you guys? I also like to call on stage Marika and also Christina. Please join us as well. Do we have everybody? All right. I also would like to call on stage the Director of Health, Safety, Sustainability, Angeline Fleming. We cannot leave you aside on this group. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been months, weeks, and a lot of long, long hours to make this event happen and to make it a success. So a big thank you for all of your time, dedication, and such a professional team. It's been a pleasure working with all of you. Let's give them a big round of applause. Masha danki on behalf of a DCCA. Can we also invite our chairman of the DCCA, Mr. Joost, yes, on stage so we can have a photo moment? Can we squeeze all together? I know the stage is big, but... This is our DCCA team, and hopefully this is the first of many other activities that will help us reach towards our sustainable goals within aviation. Thank you very much for joining me. Hopi pa bien. To our audience, it's been a pleasure for me to be a part of this conference as your host and for learning so much throughout all of these days. I hope this conference has inspired all of you here to travel more sustainably, and may this be the first step that will take all of us of the DCCA Islands to become leaders of sustainability in aviation. And although the future of electric travel may seem far, the future is now and it's closer than we think. Masha danki.
And one last big applause for our master of ceremony behind me, who did a terrific job in leading us through all those days. Thank you very much.